Sorry about the way I had to post the link in a couple of places. And but yeah, let's not tomfoolery around. Let's go right back into it. For those of you just listening to the B-side episode, this is we just did an episode of Talking Shift with Michael Strange, and we're continuing the conversation because we had too much great shit going on, and now we can say words like shit too. That's another cool thing about this. No commercials, no sponsors, no censorship. This is the Shift Happens After Party. Shift Happens After Party, rather. And so there you go. And here we are. So what's up, guys? Dude, that was a great show, man. That was a great show. I like that. And you can always count on Michael's fans to come in and make the night the night. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Not fans. Friends, not fans.
Friends.
It's
Well, yeah.
weird when you say that.
I guess, yeah, friends, yeah, because they're, your fans are friend, well, I guess, so are my fans too, I guess, maybe it's just, I should just start saying friends instead of fans, listeners, friends, friendly listeners.
Why don't you just start calling them underwriters?
Yeah, especially,
Unless they're only fans. Then if they're only fans, then we have a completely different situation, right?
True that.
Beware. Yeah.
True that. Beware. Hey, I'm going to dip off, guys, but I'll be back. You going to hang out for a little bit? I'll be right back. I'm going to put myself on a freeze, and I'll be back in just a moment. I got a couple things I got to take care of, but I'll see you guys in a sec.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. So where exactly did we leave off? I can't. I was so caught up in trying.
We are all friends and even a bit of a family over on Troubled Minds, and
it's like a family thing.
In the after show chat, we have personal discussions sometimes, and sometimes about topics and deep ideas, but sometimes just about stuff that's going on in our life. But we left off talking with that listener's question about I can't remember the three words. I know two of them were quantum and matrix.
Yeah, the quantum hologram matrix. Yes.
Right. And what's interesting to me is when I heard those three words, this is a little hard to describe, but it's kind of like I understood it at some level, but I couldn't put any words to it. Like it's an ineffable understanding. But one of the things is that perhaps at the quantum level, things affect everyone, but also like all beings. If you want to go to like all beings and all dimensions and all universes, that it's like something that permeates all of that at the quantum level.
I had never heard the word either, and I felt the same way. So I was like, why do I feel that way? And I was like, well, what does it mean?
I knew that you did. I knew that, like, I somehow kind of, my mind sort of understands this, but I don't know how or why, and I can't put words to it, but I know JP does too. In terms of hologram, I don't really like the simulation theory. I don't really like everything's a hologram as if it isn't real. What I prefer to think is that things are real, and they're not just a simulation or a computer program or whatever that's playing. They're just it's different how we perceive it in third dimensional reality than you would perceive it at fifth dimensional reality or sixth dimensional reality, etc. I don't know if that makes any sense, but if you were sitting, let's say, up on high, and you were perceiving our third dimensional reality, it would appear to you kind of like a video game, kind of like a simulation, kind of like a hologram. But if you're here and you're in a human body, it's real. It's actual. It's not a video game. And I don't like the elements of thinking that it's like pre-programmed or controlled or like running on a super sophisticated fifth-dimensional computer. I don't really like that.
Yeah. I feel I understand exactly what you're saying, and I feel the same way actually. But at the same, I do understand where they're coming from, though. Like, I can see why they would think that, but I don't think that's the case, though. Honestly.
Yeah, I've said before. I think it can be a somewhat useful analogy, and I think it's close, but I don't think it's right on. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, for sure. And it is a you know, if you get really stoned and think about it, it's an interesting idea. Well, I guess you don't have to get stoned, but if you think about it, it can get pretty trippy. But
could help.
But yeah, no, I think there's a little bit more reality to our reality than something like that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does, and I think that, you know, I mean, back in you know, ancient philosophy times, and thinking about our five senses, or you see, and does a tree, you know, make any sound if it falls in the forest and nobody's here to, you know, nobody's there to hear it, and I think the answer is actually yes, and I think it's because, you know, there is a tree there. I think I've used the example before, you know, Mount Everest existed millions of years before a human ever saw it. It's a real thing. It was there. You know, the planets, the solar systems, we know light's traveling for, you know, millions of years across it. That doesn't suddenly leap into existence just because we look at it. There is a, you know, physical reality. Now, the more perhaps pertinent question is that the only reality? Is that the only level of reality? And to that, I say a resounding no. I think there are things like, you know, perhaps ghosts or angels or demons or extraterrestrials or, you know, sixth-dimensional beings. So I'm not saying that third-dimensional reality is the only reality, but I'm saying it is reality. Hello.
That is reality. That's all we have to go by right now. Everything else is just a theory.
Right.
I would imagine. I mean, there's stuff we can, you know, we have three dimensions that we are. What is the? You know, I feel bad for people that feel like they're living in the fifth dimension, because I feel like they're missing out.
Well, you know, I'll just say that I heard this maybe 25 years ago, and you know, was you know, some spiritual guru or wherever the source came from, and said that you know, we're spiritual beings having a human experience. Now, when I first heard that, you know, I was kind of on a spiritual path of my own, and what I understood that to mean was, and the reason it was being said, was to sort of shed the ego and the personality and think about yourself as, oh, I'm a spiritual being, I'm a soul, not just a mere human. But later, like 10 or 15 years later, I actually thought about the other side of maybe what they meant. And maybe what they meant was, yeah, of course we're a spiritual being, but the reason we're here is to have a human experience, to be a human. And that, you know, what they were trying to say was value and appreciate your humanity, your humanness, the emotions, the physical reality. And then I sort of went, a couple years after that, I think they meant both. I think they meant both.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Night Stalker's back. What's up, Night Stalker?
That's deep. That's some deep thinking, by the way.
Yeah, that really is, dude. Very well thought out. Absolutely. Yeah. And, man, you could probably write a whole book on that.
I could
the
appreciate
author that you are. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
author
awesome,
your own. That's what they say. We're each our own author.
Yeah.
That's a good theme to write about.
Matt's literally an author, though. He's published some books. Yeah.
I didn't know that, but now, I mean, that makes sense. He's certainly got the critical thinking skills for it.
Yeah, for sure. And but yeah, when it comes to the go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was just gonna say I saw Jen popped in here, Jennifer, and I wondered if she had anything to contribute, if she listened to the last show, or she just wants to jump in here with stuff. Jennifer, she has this ability to just like come up with stuff that's, I don't know, really deep, really intelligent, big knowledge base. She's always great.
Yeah, what's up, Jen? How you doing?
I don't mean to put her on the spot, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
We all have our moments. Oh, we got a good show tonight, guys. All right, thanks.
Yeah, and yeah, I
thought it was
definitely
fun.
enjoy. Yeah, I enjoy.
I knew. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I knew from the beginning it was going to be a fast one. Like, 2 hours over.
He called it. Yeah, it was too fast. It was too fast, too much, or not enough in too little time, and that's why we're doing this B-side show. Plus, we've been meaning to reboot this B-sides and rarities channel anyway.
I guess if you think about it, that's why Michael does his own show. You know, he loves that he gets that opportunity to riff, you know, and mix it up as he chooses. And I think that's good. That's all.
Yeah, I'm almost jealous of his format. You know, the way he does his show. You know what I mean? Like, man, that would be so much like
it's good.
Sicker to do that. But man, I'm not. You know, we've been doing this shit for 6 years, almost 6 years.
He's good at being Michael Strange.
Yeah, maybe we could. You know, plus the way we ran the show tonight, like using Discord and all that. Because we before you were hosting with us, JP, we did do that for a little while, but then we kept having problems with Discord, like all kinds of technical issues every single show, and we stopped doing it. But now that Discord's got its shit together a little bit, I'm thinking maybe we could start, you know, whenever we don't have a proper guest, like we could just do this, you know, this kind of thing. And
I like this format.
Yeah, I really like what happened tonight. This was fantastic, and
it wouldn't change anything really. You just go off on. You just don't really, you know, highlight any particular person on that night, I guess.
Yeah, and we'll come up with some clever, quirky name for it that has to do with shift, you know.
Yeah,
and call it something, and just
shift.
do that.
Yeah.
Eat
well,
shift.
Just call
there you go.
Trouble shift.
Eat shift or shit.
Shift mind.
Shit happens.
Shift.
Yeah, just straight up call it shit happens.
Picture of Forrest Gump. Yeah.
Dude, honestly, I want to hear what the Night Stalker's take is on what does the quantum hologram matrix mean? What's the meaning of that term? If you're there, Night Stalker, I think he's just listening. I'm pretty sure he's
God, that
busy
worked
right
out, GG, by the way. That worked out exactly as it should have. Like, I was like, you know, it just worked out so well. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
On Shift Happens. The ending of that show is really good.
Yeah, you know, it's all because of the people, because of all the folks that were hanging out.
Yeah, great show tonight, guys. I enjoyed it, and like you said, Gigi, what they now call the Devil's Pass incident. That is really a weird one. It's a bizarre one. You don't know what the heck to think about it. There's just such a number of odd elements to it. It defies really any good explanation. I mean, I'm not sure the ET thing explanation fits. The Yeti explanation doesn't fit.
Right.
You know, and like APOC was saying, give me a break. I don't. You know, after 2 months, a tongue falls out, you know, due to being frozen. But I don't know. The tongue's inside the head. That's going to stay pretty damn warm. The mouth's going to be closed. I mean, I'm going with swamp gas on that. They're just grasping at straws here. When there's no good explanation for something, the authorities come up with really bizarre stuff that they know's bizarre stuff, but they think people are gullible enough that they're going to believe it, right? And there was that UFO case where it was at a school down south somewhere. I can't come up with the name of the case, but dozens of these schoolgirls, saw these UFOs outside their I think it was a college, and it was in the conservatory. So this is like an outside garden area, and the official explanation was swamp gas. And they're like, swamp gas? Really? This is not a swamp. There's no swamps anywhere around here. And the guy who came up with that explanation, somebody else had told him that, like, oh, maybe it was swamp gas. And he went with that. He had never been there. He had never researched it. And it's just like, it's so insulting to the intelligence. Some of these explanations they give us on stuff that they can't explain, and they just want to give something to the public. So that they stop asking questions. And, I don't know what to say, except it's insulting, and they don't want people to ask questions because they can't explain it, and there's things going on that are weird. And, that incident up there, I said in the beginning of my comments that it might be that's a particular, like, sort of what you could call a vortex or a power spot, or sort of like the Bermuda Triangle, and maybe that's why the indigenous people, they knew that, and that's why they named it that. And, who knows? When you get into those places and regions, all sorts of weird stuff starts happening. All sorts of... fringe things, and Bigfoots and ghosts and UFOs, and it's like you go into that upside down world and that Twilight Zone.
Yeah. And did you see the Calvine UFO photo that came out today? What did you think of that?
I did not see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder if we could, if I could post a... Yeah, I'll pull up a photo of it real quick. Apparently, it's a classified UFO photo that they've been trying to get released for about 30 years. And they finally got it released today. It's supposed to be this big deal, right? But honestly... It doesn't really, to me, it doesn't look that extraordinary. Oh, this is probably the best quality image I've seen of it so far. So I'm going to post it right here in the side chat of On Air, if for those of you that know how to do that. And boom, there you go. So that's the photo that was released today. It says, revealed after 32 years, the top secret picture one MOD insider calls the most spectacular UFO photo ever captured. Now, I wouldn't call it that. I wouldn't call it that. But it could...
One question that comes to mind is, why was it classified for 30 years? I mean, if it wasn't a legit photo, you would think that it wouldn't be so classified or secret, or they'd put it out there and be like, this is like the other ones where somebody's tossing a frisbee in the air. But, who knows? Hey, I want to ask you, have you ever seen, I think it's on Amazon, there's a documentary, and it's like, she was kind of a little old lady at the time, and she's definitely way old now. But she was a gray-haired old lady, and she captured, I think if you this is like, 16 millimeter video footage, like on, on film, right? A little film camera. and she captured, like, if you strung it all together, 20 miles of UFO videos over, a decade.
Whoa.
And have you ever seen that and heard about her?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
It's wild, man. You look at her video footage and you hear the accounts, and the family they all kind of thought she was crazy, but she would kind of like get a feeling in her head like, oh, they're out there, and she'd just go stand on her front porch and film these things like all the time, like a couple times a week for years and years, over a decade. And they're really wild film pieces. But there's two really weird things about it. There's times during the film that it looks almost like
Cutting out, Matt.
multiply or
Wait, yeah,
sprinkle them. Can you hear me? I'm cutting out.
hold on 1 second. We lost you right after you said it looks like. So pick it up from there.
Okay, it almost looks like the film glitches out, and there's like multiple lights. She's filming one, but all of a sudden there's like a dozen, or they're like in a pattern. But this is only on like 2 or 3 frames. You have to like go frame by frame to see it. And this happens multiple times. And it's film, right? And it's old film. So it's not like doctored or digital or whatever. The other weird thing is they were filming this documentary. They're interviewing her daughter, and she's standing at the kitchen sink, and behind her is this window, and they don't realize it until after the fact. A like UFO appears in the back window and like hovers, moves a little bit, and then moves to the other window where there would be a window, but that one was open. So it's not like a reflection from the camera lights or anything like that.
Yeah.
And they went out afterwards, and there's no houses there. There's no roads there. And I don't know. It's a really interesting documentary, but she got so much video evidence over such a long time. And I would think that is much more compelling than, the single photo that you're talking about.
Right.
Where it's like, oh, here's one photo.
Yeah, I imagine. So what's the name of that documentary?
Boy, I don't know. I don't know. But I think I saw it on, I don't like to watch on Netflix because it chews up too much of my hotspot data. But it's on Amazon. So if you go to Amazon and you look under documentaries, you'll probably find it.
Okay.
And it is very compelling, very compelling.
Oh, man,
because she's just this little gray-haired old lady that's got no reason to lie,
Yeah.
And it's wild.
This all sounds very familiar now that you describe it. But I can't remember the lady's name, and I definitely didn't know there was a documentary made about it. But I have heard of this lady before, I think. I'm pretty sure. Man, what... oh, that sucks. Man, I'm not sure... Verizon has a pretty good deal with unlimited data that I just got onto. That I thought was pretty worth it.
Well, I've got unlimited data, but see, remember, I live in the camper, so I don't have, Wi-Fi or internet, so I have to use hotspot, and they only do 20 gigabytes. So I've got unlimited data. I could watch stuff on my phone, but if I want to watch it, on my TV, that's...
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Dude. And, okay.
She's pretty famous, and it's a lot of data, and it's a lot of period of time, and
oh man, you're cutting out pretty bad right now.
Yeah, he's gone.
Let's try that again. Oh yeah, go ahead.
If anyone can find a link or something to the documentary or to some information about her, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, but I don't even know really what to search. Like,
I would love to
I'm not
check
even
that out.
close to finding it. But yeah, me too. I would love to check that out. And
Someone probably knows.
yeah, I don't know. Does anybody here know? Everybody's muted. Why is everybody muted?
I'm giving it a shot on the iPad.
Yeah.
Go for it, Jay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a good researcher because all I got is an iPad and a telephone, so it's hard for me to
Man, I
Google.
dude,
one thing at a time.
I have an iPad, but I almost never like. I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like it's too big. Like, I don't like using it. Like, it's the only time I use it. I have a little wireless keyboard that hooks up to it, and then my iPad becomes useful. But without I don't know, that big ass touchscreen. I don't know. I'm not down with that.
I'm not either. It's a television for me, pretty much.
Yeah.
There
Dude, have you guys ever seen the show? It's only on Apple TV for some reason, which sucks because who the fuck has Apple TV? But
I don't.
Exactly. Right. But it's called For All Mankind. And it's a TV show. The premise of
watched the first one yesterday, actually.
Oh, really? Yeah.
What was the other show that was? I think I think Michael recommended. What was that show called? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I don't remember.
Sandman.
Which one?
Sandman.
Fan Man?
That's it. That's
Sandman.
It.
Oh, Sandman.
Sandman.
It's phenomenal.
But man, well,
Such
real
a
quick
good
before
show.
we get to Sandman, I do want to say, if
Capturing the light.
if for some obscure reason you do have Apple TV, check out For All Mankind. Here's the premise of the show. It starts off like an alternate universe where the Russians landed on the moon first instead of America, and it takes off from there. And I think at this point in the third or fourth season, now they're at Mars and stuff, and it all escalates from but it all starts off from, the Russians landed on the moon first and how events would have unfolded had that been the case.
It was pretty crazy. Like the first one, you didn't really think of it. Like we didn't live through the moon landing and stuff, but for people it was like a huge deal. They were watching it on TV. It was like a massive celebration and stuff. And then for the first half an hour of the show, you just see like everyone in America just so bummed out and just so like, we just lost the Cold War. We just lost to, like, Russia is better than us. Like, it was such a sign of American dominance back then to not have that. To like, I don't know. It was weird to think about.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it just gets more and more interesting as you go through the series. It's, Jimmy was. I was talking to Jimmy the other day. That's like one of his favorite shows too, and
I think season 4 or whatever the newest season is just premiered recently. So people are talking about it again. Right?
Yeah, is it 4? I think it's 4.
I think it's 4. Yeah.
Yeah. It just launched, and I haven't started watching that yet. Well, honestly,
if you have
I haven't even seen season 3 because I stopped doing the Apple TV thing.
I was gonna say, if you have Apple, check out there's Invasion they got on Apple, which is kind of slow, but it's like black goo aliens, pretty cool. Very slow though. And then I started watching Essex Serpent with Tom Hiddleston and Claire Danes about in like the 1700s, about like another Loch Ness monster, basically in London instead of it was pretty cool. And then Foundation by Isaac Asimov on Apple is like one of the best shows I saw easily this year. Definitely, it's like very, very, very good, very good.
Nice.
Super heady. And,
yeah, and you know what? I forgot to
So
mention
real
on the.
quick,
Oh, go
Isaac
ahead.
Asimov. That's Potemkin, right? Didn't he do
I'm not sure.
Potemkin?
Say that again,
okay.
Jay.
Potemkin? Isn't that one of Eisenach? I'm
That's
confused.
one that's familiar to me, if so.
I get confused easy, so I'm not good with the names.
Me
That
Hey,
one
Matt,
day I
Matt,
was
you're
so.
about-
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, if you could hear me, I was just going to follow up real quick. The name of the video is called Capturing the Light. It's on Amazon. It's free, and I posted the link in the Discord chat to the discussion we're having right there.
Nice. Thank you, Matt.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Nice. And
if you're into UFO stuff, I consider it a must-see. Like I said, really compelling.
Okay. Capturing the Light. I can just watch it. Oh, that's right. I forgot I have Amazon Prime. Yeah.
Just while I have a second, while I'm my last 5 minutes of break here. As far as like the quantum hologram matrix, I think that could be like if we're living in some type of hologram reality. It's like the field of potentiality that we're all kind of swimming around in. The idea that like the quantum nature of reality, how like if that we're manifesting it with our mind. We talk about Untroubled Minds all the time, but the idea that like entities or like archetypes are trying to like manifest themselves into our reality via the human mind. So if like the whole world is this field of creation for human consciousness, then that's like one way to look at it. It's a quantum hologram matrix, you know, if like the holographic nature of reality, and like the quantum part being we're creating it as we're observing it, type of deal.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, did you guys talk about the Hal Puthoff ultra terrestrial thing that Mike had a show on earlier the week or last week or whatever?
No, that never came up tonight.
Oh, it's pretty crazy. I'm not on Twitter, but Mike was like, I was blowing up on UFO Twitter, and I did a quick Twitter search, and it was. I guess it came out like a week ago or however long it's been, very recently. But that memo paper thing that Hal Puthoff was working on for a couple of years, and there was like people had allegedly seen it, like through the grapevine, yada yada. But he officially put it out last week, and it's all about like the weird nature of UFOs, like the Skinwalker Ranch, hitchhiker phenomena, the Jacques Vallée, John Keel, ultra-terrestrial, like maybe they're not coming from space, maybe they're anything besides that. Other dimensions, other frequencies, just weird trickster archetypes, like poltergeist type of activity associated with it, and all kinds of stuff, you know. You hear about that?
Nice.
What do you think about that?
No, this is news to me.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah. And dude, I can't wait for we're about to start season 2 of Pulp Addicts podcast with me and Night Stalker and Dave Cruz and Russ Bailey and Jerry Cthulhu from Cruising with Steak. And I meant to plug that on the show tonight. I just totally forgot. But I think we're supposed to start up at the end of the month, right?
Yeah. No date yet, I don't think. Yeah. Some point end of the month.
Yeah. That'll be fun, man. I missed that show.
Oh yeah, all kinds of content this summer too.
Yeah. You guys gotta catch that show and check out Night Stalker. I mean, he does like the news segment. You know, it's basically a show for dorks, really.
Yeah, nerd news. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like nerd news. But if you're into like movies and video games and or anime or anything like that, like we just cover all kinds of nerdiness, and it's kind of a nice fresh break from all this stuff, like because we all do these kind of shows and usually most of the time, and so it's a cool breakaway just to hang out and kind of let loose and nerd out.
But the best is when it crosses over into like both worlds, when you can like watch the nerd content and then get like esoteric gems out of it, weird occult conspiracy gems. It feels like when you're just on the couch, like vegging out, watching TV, it actually serves a dual purpose. No, I'm home. It's homework. I gotta watch this.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, I've definitely had some homework throughout those episodes that I had to do. And
did you watch Nope yet?
What was that?
Did you watch Nope? The movie Nope with Jordan Peele, the alien one?
Oh no, I haven't
seen it either. Yeah, my car struggling, so I haven't been able to make it to the theater. But
is it still only in theaters right now?
Yeah, just in theaters. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Paradigm UFO zeitgeist paradigm shifting movie. That's all I'll say. I don't want to give anything away. I know what happens in it. I don't want to give anything away. Definitely see it though. Feel like UFOs.
Sick. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. What is it coming to? What's it going to?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Like
you probably pay for it. it'll be in theaters probably till the end of the summer, and then you got to pay for it probably for a couple months, and then yeah, I'm not sure who will get it after that.
Yeah, well, it might be a few months before I see it then. I mean, I don't know. I love those theaters. Like, you know, the ones where, like, you get, like, a little dinner table and you get a recliner and you have, like, a waiter and you can order food and drinks and that whole kind of thing. Dude, that's my jam right there. And there's not one really close to me here. I have to drive to the whole other side of the city to do that, and I don't like that drive. But maybe I'm just being maybe I'm just a little bitch. I don't know. I'm just complaining. But man, I love those theaters, man. Nothing like having a steak dinner with a double whiskey and Coke and watching a movie, man, in a comfortable as fuck recliner. Holy shit, that doesn't get it. Yeah. It doesn't get any better than that, man. That's where it's at.
I almost Ubered to the movies just to watch this movie, but then I'm like, I can't do that because half of my pre-movie ritual is like smoking myself into a coma on my drive over there. I can't do that in the Uber, you know. But if I can't go into the theater like that, then what's the point?
That's why they have edibles, because you take the edible before the Uber, and by the time you get there, it just now starts to kick in. You know, it's got that delay effect. You know. Yeah.
It's a different experience though. I'm so used to just like walking out of a cloud, basically. You know, just like like this.
Yeah, it's definitely not the same experience.
Derek, you made beer come out my nose, by the way.
It just like changing environments. It just all hit you when you're like walking into the theater. It's such a wild. You can't beat it. It amplifies the experience for sure.
Hell yeah.
And
I feel
you're talking about Lord of the Rings earlier. Was that you who was talking about Tolkien earlier? Was that somebody else? Are you
Mike brought it up very briefly.
Oh, Mike,
yeah.
That's coming.
Dragonlance.
Yeah, we're talking about Dragonlance, really. Yeah.
Dragonlance. That's right.
And have you ever did we already ask you that? Did you ever No, you never. Yeah.
No, I never did.
Dude, best books, man. I love those books. And in fact, after last night's episode, I went on Audible and started re-listening from the first one. And that's what I went to sleep to last night. And
wow, that's cool.
Yeah, dude, great books, man. Like if you like Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, you would love this. Like, it's the same kind of shit. But
they'll probably make a TV show about it or a movie about it soon. We're about to hit that season. Like at the end of the month, we're getting the Game of Thrones spinoff, the Lord of the Rings prequel, the Willow reboot on Disney Plus, Dungeons and Dragons movie in like November, December.
Oh, really?
Like the Sword and Sorcery time is now, and then they just greenlit Aragon on Disney Plus now, so for more dragons and shit.
Yeah, they actually did a Dragonlance movie, an animated movie, back in what was that? Have you seen that, Mike? It was like 2007 or 2006 or 2008, something like that. Did you ever see that? It's basically just a movie of the first book.
No.
And I don't know if Mike's here, but yeah, it kind of sucked though. Like, typical, like, I don't mean to sound like one of those, oh, the book was better, dude, you know, but literally they cut out so much shit from the book.
Yeah.
It was like, what, like, I still enjoyed it, but it was yeah, they cut too much shit out to where any fan of the book would be at least a little bit bothered by the way it turned out, you know, which I imagine, because I've never read the Lord of the Rings books or the Hobbit books, but I love the movies, but I'm sure if I read the books, I would probably find some shit to complain about too, you know. And
they love those movies though. I never read the books either, but the Peter Jackson movies are pretty high approval rating amongst Tolkien fans. Even like Thrones, up until the last couple seasons. Like, after the first 2 seasons, I think I kind of fell off, and then I had to catch back up after like the 5th season or whatever. So this is like after the Red Wedding and like all the kind of crazy stuff, and it's still to this day one of the craziest things that the book readers didn't spoil these like massive plot points for the TV watchers. Like, it's still like, I can't believe that would never happen in 2022. Like, I just don't understand how they did it. Like, it's such an amazing thing. Such a gift that they gave the TV watchers to not spoil these crazy moments.
Dude.
Like,
man, you know what's
crazy? You watch the show, though?
Dude, I've never seen the show, but I read the first book.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. And,
you should watch it. Yeah.
And the only reason I read it is because, well, I mean, it's a long story, but I had to go to jail for 9 days. And I got a copy of
and I ain't never going back.
And of Game of Thrones, and that's how I passed my time. I had a little radio that I could listen to Coast AM on, and Clyde Lewis. So I would do Clyde Lewis, Coast to Coast AM, and then read Game of Thrones, and that's how I passed those 9 days.
You just walk out with Clyde Lewis tattoos all over you. You got me through it, man. That's funny.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great book. And I have seen the first episode. I saw the first episode. I remember watching that, and I don't know why I haven't watched the series, because I love the book, and I know the series is great just from what everybody says. I just haven't got around to it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like, a lot of seasons. It was really good, though.
Yeah, how many seasons did they go?
8 maybe? 8 maybe. I know the last 2, they were like going without the books to guide them. So those are like very critically panned. Like the book readers and the show readers show watchers, they both kind of hate it. So
so they went past the books?
Yeah, Martin he was supposed to finish. He just hasn't finished it. It's been like 6 years or however long it's been. Like, he had like 1 or 2 books to go when they started the show, and then he thought he'd be able to finish it, and then I don't know, he just didn't, and he still hasn't. So I don't know. It was pretty rushed, but it was like one of these. It was, in my opinion, the last like water cooler show. Like, even Stranger Things doesn't have the same, like, did you see last night's? This is like, it's like Sunday night HBO. Everyone's watching it. Like 7 years of build up. It was like, I don't know. It was massive. And then I feel like the internet just ate it alive at the end. It was just this weird hive mind of where, like, the internet wrote collectively a better last season than like the 10 writers they actually had in the writers' room, and everyone was like disappointed by it, because like the internet, everyone was on the same page. That never happens for anything on the internet ever, and they did it, and they wrote like they fan wrote an amazing season, and when they didn't get it, they just like ate the writers alive, basically ruined their careers and like ruined the legacy of the show pretty much. But like up until that point,
damn,
it really was like wild to watch.
Damn,
highly recommend it. I gotta get back though. My break's over, but pretty sure you guys are still listening.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate you.
Later.
Get it, Derek.
All right, I've got to refill my drink real quick, so you guys take it away for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually taking off. I'll catch you guys a little bit later if you're still here.
Wait,
I know you guys are sickos and may be up all damn night.
You're taking off?
I'll catch you guys. Yeah, I'm taking off.
Oh, okay.
You guys have a great one. Thanks for having me.
Too.
Yeah, thanks for coming on tonight, man, and thanks for letting us use your whole setup and everything. That was really cool.
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
Yeah, we'll definitely do it again sometime.
Right on. I'll catch you guys a little bit later, because I know you're sickos and you'll be awake. Catch you soon.
We'll be here. All right, later.
Night, Mike.
Take it easy.
All right, so I don't want any dead air while I go get my drink. Is there any way somebody can start something while I get a drink? Or worst case scenario, I can just keep... You know what I could do is switch to my phone that doesn't work right now. Nope.
Well, where did JP go?
I don't know.
He's out of here.
Yeah, he might be out of here too. Yeah.
Matt and I can have a conversation, I'm sure.
Yeah, APOC, what do you got on your mind?
What about that Mandela effect? Have you ever looked into that?
You know, I think I was familiar with it in the back of my mind somewhere, but I really started hearing about it on Troubled Minds, so I'm getting a clearer picture of it. But, you know, when Mike was mentioning the Fruit of the Loom underwear, I got to look at that, because when I think about Fruit of the Loom, I pictured, like, in the left up hand corner there was like bananas and grapes and a pineapple. But I don't know if the thing was it was supposed to be on a plate or what. But, and along with that, I maybe this is related. I've had, and it's sort of related by false memories. Have you ever experienced this where you ever have like an old friend where you had a shared experience like 10 years ago or maybe longer, and you all of a sudden get to talking about it and they remember it differently than you remember it?
I mean, not specifically that I can remember, but I think it happens subtly a lot. It happens subtly. Everybody sort of remembers things differently in respect to their position in the experience. So I don't know if that's more likely or if weird things actually happen. I mean, could be both. Probably both.
I've got a crazy Mandela effect story. Like, that totally proved it to me was the whole the Shazam one. So I first heard this must have been like 7 years ago. When it first kind of became a thing, the whole Mandela effect. I heard it on Jimmy Church's show, and he was saying that Shazam wasn't a real movie, and that what's his name, that Sinbad was never in a movie. Not only did he not play a genie ever, but he wasn't in a movie called Shazam. And am I missing something, Night Stalker?
No. I know this one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't have this one personally, but it's like the effect is that like some people remember a movie about a genie starring Sinbad, and other people, including myself, remember a movie called Kazam starring Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal.
Right.
So the Shaq version. So like my biggest thing is like people always post that like image or whatever that's just a Photoshop image. That's not a real thing. And then like from the movie itself, like I know Kazam. I can tell you like jokes from Kazam. I can tell you like plot, like the entire story of Kazam, like other actors and like what they did in their career from Kazam. There's like Lakers jokes they make in it, but the clothing he's wearing, like he made that. He made Steel like right before that. Shaq did and stuff. I remember it. Whereas people who remember Shazam with Sinbad, they don't remember anything about it. They can't tell you another actor who's in it.
Here's the thing. Well, this is where my story throws a brick and that throws a monkey wrench in that whole thing, because I heard from Jimmy Church that Shazam wasn't real, and I was like, what? Like, I thought I saw that shit as a kid, and I actually had to look it up. First of all, I had to look it up, and turns out, sure enough, no movie. Dude, Sinbad never played a genie. Like, I learned all that. I was like, okay. I was like, wait, what? Like, I was so confused. And right after that, I was at my friend's house, and there were 4 of us there. 2 of us went in the backyard to smoke a cigarette, and I thought I would test it out. So I asked my friend, this is how I did it. I was like, hey, do you remember that movie with Sinbad when he played the genie? And I swear to God, he was like, oh yeah, you mean Shazam? And I was like, yes, exactly! But guess what? It's not a real movie. He was like, what are you talking about? And then we both looked it up, and he was like, what the fuck? So now he was confused with me. And then we went back inside, and we asked our other 2 friends at the same time, like, dude, do you remember that movie with, like, we tested him, to see if it was going to work again. Like, dude, do you remember that movie with Sinbad where he played the genie? And the other one didn't know, but one of them was like, yeah, you mean Shazam? And we were like, yeah, but guess what? It's not a real movie. And we all tripped out on that. Like, that, I mean, that's beyond coincidence, Like, I mean, 2 people in a row specifically remember or thought that was the name of the movie, but it actually isn't a movie. Like,
didn't they make like movie posters for it? Wasn't it like some spoof on something?
I mean,
well, after the fact,
it's like in the zeitgeist. Yeah.
I just remember like the fashion aspect with the parachute pants. That was like a thing at the time.
Yeah, that one's personal for me.
Parachute pants were never real. They said it was a fashion statement, but that wasn't a real thing. I was in junior high school when that happened, and nobody wore them.
No, that one is That one's personal for me too.
Pants aren't real.
They say they are, but they weren't. Nobody had wore those things, man.
Like,
Dude, I knew a couple of skateboarders in the 90s that used to wear that shit.
I knew people did. They're awful.
Well, yeah, that one's personal for me too because I remember that movie, watching it and I remember renting it at the movie store. But the thing Shazam.
Yeah.
Damn.
And but I think it's weird because when I think of Shaq, I don't think of I remember that movie was super funny.
Go potty.
I laughed at it a lot, and I remember laughing. But I don't. When I think of Shaq, I don't think it. Come on. I don't think of him as funny. I think of athlete. But then when I think of Sinbad, I think of comedy.
Yeah, because he did a stand-up routine and all.
Yeah,
that.
he was funny. Yeah, he was funny. Shaq's not funny to me. I think of it. I see him. I see he symbolizes an athlete to me.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And so,
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what got me. That's what got me though is that I remember the movie was funny. And I remember it was raining. It was a Friday night. My mom took me to the movie store, and it was rent a movie, and I rented a movie. I got some popcorn, and I was at a friend's house, and we watched that movie on VHS. I remember it, but I don't remember anything about it though.
Exactly, that's the thing. That's
I
the tough
remember
part
it's
for me.
funny.
That's crazy.
There's two movies that came out exactly at the same time. So if you go out and you find a trailer for the Shazam Sinbad movie, it'll be cut between Kazam with Shaq and First Kid with Sinbad. So there's a movie that came out the same year or same time where he plays where he has to protect the president's son. He's in the Secret Service or whatever. It's called First Kid, and it's intercut with those two trailers, making it look like it's one movie. But Shaq is pretty funny. He became an actor because of all that, and I just know the whole movie. I can tell you the whole plot of the movie, and I got everything that happens in it, and inside jokes because he was wearing a purple and gold genie outfit because he played for the Lakers at that point. He just got traded that year, '96. And other the main kid is in other movies and stuff. And I could write outline the movie for you, Whereas and I have not heard a single person who has seen Shazam who could tell me a single thing about it, or another actor who's in it, or literally anything about it, which just makes it tough for me, I just need, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I have to go though. I have to keep stalking, but I'm still listening.
Okay.
Sorry, you guys. I gotta make noise. Sorry.
All right, man. What time? I wonder what time he gets off work.
Wait.
Yeah, I think he does the graveyard shifts, right? So
Yeah, 3 night stalker.
right. Well, obviously, yeah.
I'm off in
okay.
I'm off in 3 hours, or 2.5 hours from now.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if we'll
I can
still
get
be
out
here,
quick.
but yeah. All right.
Hey, sorry about that before. I thought I was muted. I wanted to sort of give a brief background of the Mandela effect in relationship to Art Bell, which very few people seem to know about.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I know about this.
Yeah,
So,
I haven't heard this either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually started on Art Bell, but the lady with the website claims that it was started by her. But anyway, either way, doesn't matter. But
Wow.
So I was listening one night, and a lady had called in. I think she used to live in. Doesn't matter. She had a UFO experience, and she was living in this other state. Several people saw it with her. She knew exactly when it was because she knew when she lived in that area because she moved away shortly after. She went back to go through some of her things a few years later, and she ran across an article that she had collected about Nelson Mandela's death. And a few other things. And at some point, she realized or heard the news that Nelson Mandela was actually alive and the president at the time. And she was like, wait a minute. Wait. So she had this article that she collected articles, I guess. And one of them was the UFO thing, and one of them was the Nelson Mandela thing. And
Wait, real quick, what year was this?
you mean when she was on Art Bell?
No, when she thought he was the president.
You mean when she thought that he had died?
All right, forget my question. Keep going.
Okay. So she, when she heard the news that Nelson Mandela had become president, she went and dug for that article again. I don't remember if she actually found it or if she didn't find it. I'm thinking that she did, but this was one of the things that she brought up on Art Bell. They were actually discussing, time anomalies and dimensional shifts and stuff like that, potentially. And so shortly after this interview that he was doing, people started calling like mad about Nelson Mandela, saying, I know Nelson Mandela died. How could he have become president? This was this huge phenomena. It was like his shadow people thing that happened on there. Somebody mentioned that. They got thousands of calls on that. Same thing with the Nelson Mandela thing. And they started calling it on Art Bell, if I remember correctly, the Mandela effect. And this was in at least the early 2000s, if not the late 90s. I think it was around the time Nelson Mandela became president, whenever that was. Maybe a couple years later when she was doing the interview. I don't know. But yeah, it was a phenomenon then, and then it just continued, and everyone continued to call into Art Bell about their weird, challenges with, I know that this thing happened or this person died. It started with, people who had died, and then it went on to other historical events, and then it went on, but it started on Art Bell publicly.
Now,
it started
I'm curious if that was around 2016 or was it?
Oh no!
Well, yeah, because
way before that.
Yeah, so that's a whole preface. That's a whole.
2016 was a weird year for it.
Yeah, because was it 2015 or 2016 when he died?
I think it was around that time. I think it was 16. I think it was 16.
Yeah, because that's
when he really died, or when he Mandela effect died.
No, that was also the Sinbad year. The year like everyone was yelling about
which
Sinbad.
retirement.
Yeah, when he actually died I'm pretty sure it was 2015. It might have been 2016. But yeah, because I do remember, like, I wasn't super, convicted on my opinion, but I do remember thinking, like, whoa, that dude was still alive? Like, I thought he was,
There are articles, Gigi. There are articles. There's a thing in one of the history books in Africa about Nelson Mandela dying in prison, which he was supposed to die in prison. And it's what you call in the Mandela effect residual, right? So you have these echoes, these physical things that you can actually find, like pictures in like museum photos and books for the Kennedy assassination on the vehicle, right? Having 4 back seats instead of 6, like now is said. And I mean, it's just the big ones really get me, because especially the ones that I actually remembered. And I was looking into the Kennedy assassination back in 2015 and 14 and 15 very, very deeply, and I really hadn't dug into it at all prior to that. And I had the thing memorized, I was trying to figure it out. I was investigating this, right? And 2 or 3 years later, I hear somebody saying, or I look it up again or something, and there's this thing about 6 people being in the car. And I'm like, what? I had to look it up again, and I'm seeing this
weird
stuff. And I'm like, you have got to be freaking kidding me. But now, and I don't know how you guys remember it, but you remember what?
6. It was always 6.
Really? If you ask any old person, people have actually done this. If you ask any old person who watched this live or
4.
who were there,
right? No,
they're
4.
going to say 4.
Yeah, no,
they're going to say 4, and they're going to tell you who it is. And it's like, it's wild.
No,
it's wild.
With 6, like the magic bullet there, because I was like,
Yeah,
so I had worked out. I had worked out in my mind like this was Arlen Specter's like big thing. He also, by the way, was he was the unicorn killer. Ira Einhorn's lawyer, you know, at a different time and place. But Arlen Specter is a fucking freak of nature. He's dead now. But he proposed the magic bullet theory, and I had worked out in my head like the only way, like, and it would be like a pinball machine, and it was just like no way. And that was with 4, and then all of a sudden it was with 6 people, and I'm like, wait, whoa, no way.
There's another theory, JP, that doesn't work too. One of the theories that I was looking into initially was that the driver had actually reached around with a gun and killed Kennedy.
Yeah, I don't find much credence in that.
I don't care whether it's true or not. What the point is that it would never have even been a theory if it had been 6 seats in the back. There's no way that he could have just killed Kennedy.
I think there's no way. It's all besides the fact that the whole thing was a friggin' hoax. It was even.
Who's the other 2 people? If there's 6 people in there, who are the other 2 people?
There were a couple others.
Who do you remember? I know who supposedly was in there. So who do you think, Jay? Who do you think was?
Who do I think? The driver, the senator, Jackie, and Kennedy.
Common memory.
Okay. Who I thought was the driver, a security agent, Kennedy, and Jackie. That's who I remember it being. I don't remember the mayor or senator. I don't remember him at all. And I certainly do not remember, and I'm a female and I would have remembered this, I certainly do not remember 2 women being in the car at all.
No, I don't remember that. I didn't even know that.
Wait, so maybe I'm asking a dumb dumb question here, but I mean, it's on film and you can see that there's only 4 people there. So what's the question?
No, there are 6 now.
Zapruder is a complete fraud. The whole thing, in my opinion, was completely made up, and the only thing
that's fake footage.
It hasn't.
I don't know about that, but
it's cut.
Regardless, there are 2 versions, and
but I mean,
the only version that people are saying now are 6.
You can. Well, I mean, I've looked at all kinds of angles and like all. Well, there's only a couple angles, but
Bob Dylan sang a song about 3 years ago now, and he said it in the song that it was the greatest magic trick ever done under the sun. And I tend to believe that now.
But I mean, it's like but if you can just watch the film and there's only 4 people in there, like how? What do you mean there's 6 people?
Are you looking at it now?
No, I'm just going off my memory.
Okay, Gigi, do me a favor. Look up the film. Look it up right now. I want to see your reaction.
Kennedy footage.
Because I looked at it from all angles too, with 4-seater in the back.
Welcome back to TV News at 10.
Okay, oh boy, what
Here
a
we are,
shitty video
57 years later, and the story...
Oh, you're talking about the other 2 people at the very back. Oh, wait.
And here we are, 57...
Oh, no, wait, those are... Hold on. Those are motorcycle people behind him. Okay, I'm watching the footage.
And here we are.
There's 2 people in front.
57 years later, and
there's 2 people, and there's Kennedy and his wife in the back. That's 4 people. So where are these other 2 people?
Wait, so it went back to 4?
What? It does.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, depending on when you watch the video, like before or after, a couple Secret Service agents jumped in the car.
Am I tripping on acid or something? Because there's only 4 people in this car.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'm looking at us. I'm looking. I paused.
Right? I paused. I know what you're talking about.
Oh my.
The story's still.
Okay.
Wait, like for a couple years, it was like 6 people.
What am I missing? Because I'm looking at the image. I'm looking at it right now. There's only 2 people in the front, 2 people in the back. What am I missing? What am I missing? Where are the other 2 people?
According to my memory, and yet it was not that way for a few years.
For a short period of time, there was more people. There's 6 people in the car. And
Yes,
it
there
was
were 6 people.
ridiculous. And I couldn't tell if it was just an internet prank, but now I'm wondering.
Well, can you show me a picture? Can you show me a picture of where there's 6 people? Because I'm not seeing
Actually,
it.
probably not if it went back. Fuck.
And
This is
a lot of
insane.
I'm just saying. I'm looking at.
Somebody went back and changed history.
I'm just saying. I'm looking
it.
at a photograph right now, and I can count, and there's 4 people. That's
Well, then
all
you
that's in
found
the
a
car.
residual because here you go. This is actually
Yeah. Okay.
currently-
Yeah. Show me a different one.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I would love to see. I would love to be proven
I got
differently.
I got one.
I got the loading thing in there. Let me do this again.
Are you putting
gonna
it
post
in the side chat? Oh yeah, I see
post
it's
the link.
loading. Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, that's the picture well, no.
Oh wow,
Yeah, that's the image.
you must have some bitch ass internet. That's taking a long time. Okay.
Same thing.
Nah, that was my battery disconnected and reconnected. There you go. So you see, right there, you see 4 people right in the back.
Whoa.
You see?
Okay, that's
Yeah.
crazy because that's not what I'm looking at in
Right.
the actual footage.
You found residual. You found residual. is what you-
well, I'm looking at the Zapruder.
Oh
the
no, that makes a
Zapruder
lot of
footage.
sense now. No, because I've seen I think it was Eisenhower's presidential
our attention.
limousine and stuff like that. It would appear that there are 4 seats in the back, but it's just like the regular 4
And here
seats
we
in the
are,
car.
50
Oh,
It's
now
just like they
now
added an extra
yeah.
seat. The 2 seats in the front
Okay,
are for
now
the
I'm
Secret
seeing
Service.
it. Now I'm seeing
Okay.
it. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because that guy ducked.
'Cause that's the senator.
I'm looking
Yeah.
after he got shot, so the guy was ducking. That's why I didn't see him. Okay. So yeah, there is 6 people. Or there are 6 people rather.
57 years later, and the story still holds our attention.
Interesting. Okay.
Look at the intent on that dude's face right up there by the windshield where you can only see his one eye, man. That dude's head is on a frickin' swivel.
Man,
Even
we're
those not yet
focusing
born
on the wrong theory here. We're looking at the Mandela effect.
are
We're not looking
57
at
years later, and the story.
Yeah, let's get back to the because we can go down a JFK rabbit hole anytime.
Yeah, the
But
Kennedy
let's-
rabbit hole is freaking
Yeah,
huge.
let's get back
Sorry.
to the Mandela effect.
Sorry.
All the big magic trick. That's my theory. Okay, but back.
Yeah.
Did you guys
Satisfied?
ever see the Bill Hicks joke about the Kennedy assassination? I don't know. Do you guys
I love
remember Bill Hicks?
I probably did, but I don't remember it. I
Yeah.
love Bill Hicks.
Oh my god.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
I wish he were still alive.
Yeah. Well, some people think he's Alex Jones.
Yeah, that's the theory. No.
That's hilarious. But yeah, man, dude, just imagine if Bill Hicks was still alive today. Like, what kind of comedy he would be making out of just the Trump presidency alone. He would probably have like 3 or 4 specials just from that. 1 per year.
Yeah, he was like 20 years ahead of his time when it came to waking people up.
Dude,
at least.
Yeah, he was the best. He was the best. And like you said, so far ahead of his time. Absolutely. But anyway, not to sidetrack. What were you about to bring up?
Well, just on the last part of the Mandela effect in relationship to the Kennedy assassination, there is residuals. So there are remakes, remodels, reconstructions of the vehicle that they used in, I think, at least 3 different museums, if not more, and they all have, they're 4-seaters basically. They're not. Wow. And also, there's a famous photo in Time Life. I think it was Time Life magazine, where a photographer took a picture of the roses which I don't remember roses initially either, but the roses that Jackie dropped in the back of the vehicle when he got shot, and there's blood and there's roses in the seat, and they have a photograph of the vehicle. with the roses and the blood, and it's completely different. So there's that. You know, it's like with a lot of these Mandela effects, you will find residual, and it will be definitive residual, but just a few things. You know, it's like just a few things, and some of it is a little bit off. You know, like the guy, the statue of the thinker, and his position of the fist. Part of the residual on that is that everyone that has taken photographs right in front, directly in front of the actual statue, has their fist in a different position than the statue does. And that's interesting. But also on that one, there is residual of the artist himself discussing the position of the fist and his face and the direction he was looking. And so it's completely different than what the artist says that it was in an interview in a magazine. That is part of the residual on that. So this stuff, there's something to it. You know, it's like there is something to it.
There's something to it. You know, like,
is it hidden little things of time travel?
I don't know.
Maybe it was that way, and then somebody went back and changed it, and now it's not that way, and then somebody went back and changed it again, and now it's that way again?
Is it like Back to the Future, or is it... I mean, I don't think anybody really knows, but I think we know enough to know that there's some sort of fuckery going on. Because, like in my case, like I said, on 2 different people... in a blind question, they both had the same answer that was not existent. You know?
So is the thinker's hand on his forehead or his chin?
His chin.
Probably on the chin
right now. But I remember it on the forehead, and so
I remember him sitting on him with his fist into his forehead.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's what
right. That's how everybody. That's how almost everybody.
I kind of remember that too. I don't know that one well enough to have a legitimate opinion either way.
I was in Boston and went to Harvard, and they have a copy. It's a Rodin sculpture, and I've stood 10 feet away from it. So I'm only going to say, in my recollection, it's on his chin. It's under his chin. He's like,
yeah, it certainly is, and yet the artist says that it's not, and yet the people who take photos with it have their hand on their forehead, and it's like, so I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, it could be a shift in reality, a shift. I don't know if you guys have ever read, the 10,000 Whispers book. It's just a. Somebody telling a story about sort of shifting things by shifting the way that they perceive them, and they shift them in the past and the future versus just shifting it in the present. So that's, it's a possibility. It could be a thing, but, it could also be a collective consciousness thing. It could be that so many people potentially shift the way that they perceived a movie or the position in our universe, which is different now, by the way. And there's residual to that. It could have shifted the way that they perceive our biology, which is different now than it used to be, apparently. They could have shifted the way that they perceive certain things. And it could have actually shifted our whole reality, based on the connection, rather than just looking at it as a linear thing, looking at it as a holistic sort of reality and connecting it to the singularity or the point of information. Then we could, if we consider it could be possible that as our mindset changes, or our beliefs change, or our ideas change, or our perception changes about certain things, that quote-unquote 100th monkey 20 percentile belief system could literally be shifting our whole reality as well, and certainly not be hurting anything by helping that.
So if I'm following this correctly, because I'm kind of new to this, like I told you in the beginning, if I'm following this correctly, there's maybe 3 possible explanations. So the first one would be just described, that perhaps enough people believe or think or change their minds about something that it actually sort of changes reality, perhaps even retroactively. The second one would be that somehow things are happening with some kind of parallel realities or time travel or something where there's actually different versions of things, or they splinter off so that we remember from the past, and then in the current time or different parallel reality, there's slight differences. And maybe the third thing is that we just remember things differently than what actually occurred, like the faulty memory issue, and that it's not number two or not number one or number two, but it's just a defect of the human brain and memory. Am I following it pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. Human memory is ass. I mean, our memory sucks. You know, like whenever you anytime there's any sort of traumatic event that a bunch of people witnessed and they interview all the people, like, everybody has a different fucking memory, you know? And I think when it comes to cases that are traumatic, I think memory is much more faulty than normal. But even when it's just regular memory, I think it's still pretty faulty. Like, our brains aren't that good, you know?
Right. Well, if you look at that part of it, you're absolutely correct. And the thing that debunks that in association with the Mandela effect for me is the fact that people aren't just misremembering; they're misremembering in a very specific way. So
a very specific way. Yeah.
A very specific way. So you have these details that everyone in this particular group remember, and all the details are the same. And then you have the details of what exists for other people, which is our current version of history or whatever, and they know all the details of their perspective as well, and none of them, I mean, I'm sure that it could happen randomly, but not a whole collective of human beings remember something in a very specific way. That, I mean, there would be variations. If it were just human memory, there would be variations on them. You know, in respect to the details, like especially with the Kennedy stuff and the position of our planet in the universe, and there's certain things that just can't be explained in that way in respect to the Mandela effect. And there are some, I'm sure, that could, especially if there are multiple versions of memory, right? Multiple versions of the Mandela effect. People coming out with like 5 or 6 different variations, then maybe it's a memory thing. But if there are 2, and usually there are just 2, if there are 2 variations to a Mandela effect, one that we're experiencing now and one that we remember from what we originally experienced it, then the memory thing has to get thrown off the table, in my opinion.
Yeah, the way I think about it is okay, say I'm a time traveler, and I go back in time 100 years from now, and I change something. All of us here agree you wouldn't know because it's been that way since you've been born. So you wouldn't know this if I changed something. But I assume. But if I went back in time, say 20 years ago, and changed something, little stupid things like Bernstein Bears or things quotes in a movie, you wouldn't notice until you go looking for it or until somebody points it out. You know? So that's why a lot of these, like the Mandela effects, some of them are like big. I think the ones that are like logos, like is it Fruit Loops or is it Fruit Loops? You know, those kind of things. I think the logos, the designers change. Logos change all the time. So yeah. I can't like the ones that are logos, like is it Chick-fil-A or Chick-fil-A or whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about, Mandela effect. I think those ones are kind of dismissive. But the crazy ones like the movies and the quotes from the movies, I think those, I'm definitely a victim of it. I'll say that.
Right. Well, I mean, on the little things, on the Fruit Loops and the Bernstein Bears or whatever, on all these little things. It kind of bugs me that everybody seems to focus on those when there are such huge ones out there to look at and investigate.
The Bernstein Bears one, it's so close. Like it's just not a good example of the Mandela effect.
No, because what did you call it?
Well,
Did you call it Bernstein Bears or Bernstein Bears?
I called it the Bernstein Bears, but it's still those. It's just not the best example of a Mandela effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that worries me about it is that it's kind of where we're headed with it is the fact that who cares whether or not there's a cornucopia behind the fruit on the sticker of your underwear. But the thing is, though, is we went off and made Nelson Mandela dead 10 years before he ran for president. So the rest of the world forgot about him.
There are some interesting. I mean, the big Mandela effects the changes on them are very interesting in respect to sort of a zeitgeist phenomenon as well. I don't really want to dig into that, but there is some sort of rabbit holes that you can go down in respect to sort of the meaning behind why people would want to change the memory about these certain things, and what the effect potentially could be in relationship to that. So it could be a manipulated thing. It could be something like that. But, I mean, just looking at the phenomenon itself, it is... I don't think, like Matt brought up, I honestly, and I'm sorry to disagree with the last part of your comment, Matt, but
that's okay.
I know we're pals, man. We're cool.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I could attach a time travel component to this, and just because if you look at how time works, if we experienced something, we would have always experienced that one thing, right? So if you went back into the past and turned the sky permanently green somehow with whatever technology you might have, we would have perceived the sky as always being green. But if prior to you going back, we wouldn't have perceived that. But in theory, if you do the time travel thing, we would have always perceived it as being green. Now you can go into like the split dimensions and the multiple worlds thing as well, and you just created a different whatever. But I don't go there most of the time.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a theory, but so you're saying it's more of split realities, like a CERN thing?
No, I really think that it could be our consciousness, maybe in concordance with CERN or some other stuff going on with the sun or chemtrails or God knows what, that maybe our consciousness is resonating at a certain field of resonance that's making the collective consciousness and the 100th monkey phenomenon more viable, more powerful, more active in relationship to how the nonlinear nature of existence, or that version of our infinite whatever.
You're basically saying the one you wrapped up with last time and the one I started with, which was that in essence the collective consciousness is manifesting or creating something in the present moment that's actually different than the past, and therefore creates a change.
Yes, but
Okay.
I'm not sure about that. I still completely leave it open. I mean, it could be time travel, and just some of us actually do not adhere in that way to the frequency of time. Maybe our quantum minds have just fallen out of that ability to lock in like other people do. Maybe that is actually on level with the other theory that I that I just said. So I take that back, Matt.
We're old enough to remember the way that it was before.
But of the three, that's kind of your favored theory.
I don't know. I really don't. I don't lock into theories. You know, I think that if I lock in, then I don't stay open to the other possibilities quite so much, and I like to integrate things. You know, because it could be a combination of 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 different things, and I'm not going to close the book on any of them.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about the Mandela effect is, like, I'm a collector. I like to collect, like, retro, like, old school stuff from my childhood, and I still have, like, all my childhood stuff, like all my Ninja Turtles, all my G.I. Joes. I still have all that.
Hell yeah!
And so when they throw Mandela effects out there, I'm like, hey, you know, I'm gonna prove it to you. And every time it beats me.
It disappears.
It beats me. And so one is the movie Apollo 13. Well, and I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. The movie Apollo 13. Does he say, Houston, we have a problem? And so I was like, oh, I got this. I have this movie on VHS. Watch this. And I went and I busted out my VHS player, dusted it off, and plugged it in. And my family, we're going to watch this movie, Apollo 13, on VHS. And my family was laughing at me. You know, they're like, we have HD. We can watch it for free on this, on whatever, you know. And I'm like, and it's all fuzzy, you know, it's VHS. And I'm like, what? What's this? He's gonna say, Houston, we have a problem. And guess what? On the VHS from 1990, I want to say 96, I think. And then I own the movie. You know, I bought the movie. He doesn't say, Houston, we have a problem. He just says, we have a problem.
Right.
And I was freaking out.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's interesting. I think one of the most mysterious parts of this phenomenon, if we see it as legitimate, if it is actually happening, is the fact that there is still some residual. I mean, of course, if it were to change history, it would change your items, it would change this and that and the other. But why do some things get left behind? Why are there these little snippets in most of these cases of certain things, a certain person that has a certain thing that stayed the same, or certain, you know, like Carl Sagan telling us exactly where we are in the position of the universe on the outer fringes of the universe in this particular arm, and and yet now in the science books we're in a different arm, in the middle between the center and the outskirts. And so it's like there's the fascinating part to me is that there is going to be this little tiny mysterious snippet of what used to be. Why? What is that? You know, is that a message saying, yes, you're validated, this is real, this is true? Or is it just time forgot something? You know, I don't know. It's wild. It's cool, actually. It's interesting to me.
One of the weird things that I look at is, like, as you're moving up in, like, business and stuff like that, I've been, you know, self-employed forever and stuff like that. People, the older people, always come to you and say, don't ever forget where you came from. And that kind of came to me when you were saying what you were saying, Apocalypse, is because maybe if things are changing or they're not really the way that we're or something like that, but it's our own way of not forgetting where we came from. Some of that stuff doesn't matter as much as if things do change. And I mean, the whole aspect of it all, you know, conspiracy theories and all, you know, it's really crazy to think about that somebody would do that, you know,
or that we would.
Why did we do that? Or was your thought process in doing that just something that hit a home run for you? And that's the way that you remember it because that's the way that it was when you saw it? It's just, I don't know. It's just how the brain works. I mean, Gigi said that it was, we're really bad at it. We don't have a very good memory. But the thing, I disagree with that. Every second of your life is up there somewhere.
Well, subconsciously you remember everything, yeah, but consciously your memory sucks.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, because you watched a video, you saw some stuff on the internet, whatever, it gets clouded. But it's up there somewhere, Yeah.
So real quick, I have an example of what I was talking about with memories. Just like 3 days ago, I was over at my buddy John's house, who I've known for a gazillion years, and we had, I don't know, like 15 years ago, had a trip to Mexico together, and we ended up talking about that. And so we had met these two girls. We were talking about the resort, and then it came up about these two girls we had met at the resort. And one he was kind of getting friendly with. It didn't really go too far or anything like that. But one of the two girls, and I wasn't hitting it off with the other one, but anyways, one of the two girls sold these 800 thread count Egyptian cotton sheets. The other one, her profession was she worked for a toy company, and she would name toys, new toys. That's what she did. Gave names to toys. What's wild is the one that he was, kind of friendly with and trying to hook up or whatever. I remember she was the one selling the cotton sheets, and the other gal was the one naming the toys, and he remembers it as the opposite. And it's like, completely different, just bass backwards. And I have this other friend
bass backwards. I like that.
Yes.
Bass backwards. Yeah, and I have this other friend that we've been friends for.
Kyle has an album called that.
We're almost going on 30 years, and so there'll be some like shared stories from 25 years ago, and we'll be talking about it. And it's not only she'll remember parts I don't remember, I'll remember parts she doesn't remember, but there's also parts that we remember differently. And I'm like, oh, this happened, and da-da-da-da-da. And she's like, no, that's not how it happened at all. It happened like this. And it's just really weird, But that's why... Well, that's it.
What was that?
Nice.
I mean, those things get kind of mixed up in people's heads, right? The person I kind of liked do this, or was that the other person? It's like, I have forgotten that stuff. I have not been that, that hasn't been my focus of interest in a conversation or something, and therefore it doesn't lock into my memory well enough to really remember that. And Matt, you might have an incredible memory, and you might just be able to, and some people do, be able to just retrieve that like it's nothing. But if somebody had focus on a different point, like maybe her boobs as opposed to what she was doing for a living, I don't know. I'm not sure he would have remembered that necessarily, or anyone else might have, unless that was something they were fascinated by or interested in, and then it would have locked in.
That's what I was going to say his mind was elsewhere, and
right.
I have a really good memory. I mean, a lot of people comment me, they're like, Matt, you're like a walking encyclopedia. You have an amazing memory.
And some people do have much better memories. Some people have the eidetic memory, where they can absolutely remember every detail in life, period, from the time they could remember anything. And that's wild in itself.
Yeah, no, there's
to get a hold of those people on the Mandela effect. Actually, sorry, that might be a project I do sometime.
Dude, I'll tell you what, my ex-girlfriend's brother was he was extremely autistic, but he had this very specific weird talent of knowing what the weather was on any given day. And we used to actually, like, we would test him all the time, and we would look him up. We would look it up on Google. We'd be like, hey, what was the weather on February 2nd, 2018? And he would just tell you, like, oh, it was fucking shitty, it was rainy and lightning. And then we look it up, and sure enough, there it was. And over and over again, fail-proof. Like, it's actually unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable. But it's only with weather. For some reason, he only has that ability with weather. He doesn't remember events. He doesn't remember playing a game with you a couple of days before. But he remembers the weather of every fucking day. It's one of the most bizarre, even to this day, one of the most bizarre things I've ever experienced is watching this dude recall the weather and being 100% accurate every single time.
That is part of a lot of autistic people. They're specialized in their memory and their skill set. So.
I had an autistic kid in one of the Boy Scout troops that I was dealing with for a while there, and he could word for word conversations. No, that's not what was said. And then he would rattle off an entire conversation. Mm-hmm. And the way that I discovered it is we were at a camp, and the instructor they had to make a play or a skit or whatever for the campfire and everything else like that. And all the kids in the pack, troop, patrol, whatever you want to call it, made him be the guy to write everything down. And he's drawing pictures and doing all this other stuff. And the instructor comes over that was, trying to help him out with all of it and everything else like that and tries to chew him out. And he rattled off word for word everything that was said for like the last half hour. Well, I know exactly what's going on. And he goes, yeah, but you're supposed to be writing that down. And he goes, no, I'm working on the set design, is what he told her. And so then the kids kind of like, I don't really know if they were messing with him too much or they were just asking, like, what happened on that camp out before? And then he had, like, it was a steel box. Anything that went in there was in there, and he knew every conversation that he'd ever had in his entire life. Now that after the conversation that we had back, I would like to ask him questions about the Mandela effect. Someone who's specialized in that kind of a memory.
I had thought about that before, Jay, about getting these people with with those kind of memories involved in this, because people have gone around and interviewed, people in nursing homes or their grandparents or old folks who remember things from way back, or, just going out and sort of interviewing the public and seeing how they remember things. But I've never heard of anyone actually going out and finding these people with eidetic memories or autistic people who have that skill set as well, that literally will tell you how they remember it and see, I think it would be fascinating, actually. I think it would be really interesting to do that.
That's really interesting, Jay, that you mentioned that, because right before you started speaking, that's what was going through my mind, that I was going to say that, I have a pretty exceptional memory, generally speaking. But one of the things that I'm like really good at is remembering conversations, and like the exact, it's not like 100% like every conversation I've had in my life, but it just depends. But I can remember the exact words, the phrases that people say, sometimes from a conversation 3 weeks before, 3 months ago. And that's got me in a lot of trouble in like romantic relationships, because, we'd get into a discussion / argument about something and be like, oh, this
that's
or that.
Your best ammunition right there. That's your best ammunition.
No, see, that's where you messed up, Matt. That's absolutely where you messed up, because sometimes it's more important to forget than it is. It's more important to forget and be happy and remember and be sad.
It's nice to have that ammunition, though, sometimes.
but I could be like, no.
Ammunition is only important in a fight.
I could be like, no. Here's what you said, and I can repeat verbatim, like word for word, the exact phrase, every adjective they use of a conversation that happened 3 weeks before. I'm like, no, this is what you said. And they're like, no, that's not what I said. And I'm like, okay.
A little bit of relationship advice, Matt. It takes two people to fight.
Yeah,
well, it takes two to tango. Absolutely.
Well, interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you're fighting, you're not tangoing.
Unless you have someone around that can fight themselves, and that's pretty interesting to watch because they act like they're fighting with you, and it's just not happening.
Okay, so
yeah, that's that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gigi, if you guys might not know this, but I actually wrote a book called Harmonious Relationships, Using Effective Communication.
Oh, I didn't know about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you just said because I actually talk about one of the chapter titles is "It Takes Two to Tango," and it takes two to waltz. So that's funny you just said that. But
nice. Yeah.
Handbook to Harmonious Relationships. So yeah, I know about that stuff. I've gotten pretty good at that stuff over my life. Had some relationships training and communication training, but I always like to say communication's a skill, which means you can always improve it.
Dude, the best is when, or the worst, depending on how you look at it, is when your girlfriend says, like, you want to go out to dinner somewhere, you like, hey, let's go here, and they're like, no, I don't want to go. And you're like, okay, I guess we'll stay home. And then at the end of the night, she gets mad at me because she's like, why the fuck didn't you take me out to dinner? Like, well, because you said you didn't want to go. And she's like, oh, well, you should have known that what I actually meant was I did want to go. I was like, but you literally said you didn't want to go. How would I know otherwise? Like, oh, well, you just should have known. Like, ooh,
maybe I didn't want to go there.
That shit bothers me. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Maybe she's just one of those people who likes to hold something against you and have ammunition and feeds off the adrenaline of a fight as opposed to just communicating. Yeah, there you go.
She was. Oh, see, that would have been a really good tango then.
Just set it up, basically.
Oh, we
that would have been a good tango after dinner. That would have been an excellent tango.
She was the best tangoer, absolutely. But man, not worth it.
Oh,
not worth it. And but you know what's ironic is we're better friends now that we're not together than we ever were not even close than we were when we were together. Like, we talk all the fucking time and we hang out whenever we can, but man, so much better to be just friends with her in this case.
People. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's
like the tango, sometimes you got to do your own thing.
Yeah, sometimes, you got a solo tango going for a second.
Not really a solo tango. Like when you're doing the tango, you break apart from each other every once in a while.
We want to go to the solo tango. I'm not sure.
The solo tango.
Oh my gosh, Club Miami in Virginia Beach is a great place to do the tango.
But maybe not the solo tango. Sorry.
What's up, JP? Welcome back.
Hey there, man.
Yeah.
I tangoed a few times. Fucking amazing.
I don't think I've ever actually tangoed. I don't even think I know what a tango is.
Oh, you're missing out.
Oh, yeah. It's an Italian friend of mine. She taught me. She was such an amazing dancer.
I took ballroom dance lessons, private ballroom dance lessons for 2 years. So I did the cha-cha and the tango and the waltz and the rumba, and I learned them all, and man, it's really fun. And
nice.
Yeah, it's really fun. But my favorite of them all, the waltz. Just so elegant, so beautiful. I love to waltz. It's so fun.
I wish I knew how to waltz.
I've always loved swing dancing. Flip each other around like you're about ready to kill each other. You know, hold on tight. Do not let go. Rule number 1.
Yeah.
Do not let go of my hand.
I feel like I would be terrible at that. I don't know. I don't trust myself to do that properly.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, it's so much fun. You think skateboarding's fun? I've been a skateboarder and I've been a dancer before. Dancing is a lot more fun than skateboarding.
Dude,
you have to fully rely on your partner.
Dude, I was I played like the second lead role in this musical. It was actually the Footloose musical that we did at our high school, and I still have a VHS tape of it. And it was it was a really big production. They brought these choreographers from New York and paid a shitload of money, and like actually they taught me how to dance. And I had this whole dance number where I had all these backup dancers and all this shit, and I was singing and dancing at the front of the stage. And I'll tell you what, man, that like, I know it sounds lame as fuck, but dude, that shit was fun. That shit was fun. Straight up. Yeah.
You know, especially if you're at a bar or a club or something like that, and you're just out there with your friends and you're dancing, you're having a good time, and you know, they always say, dance like no one's watching. Well, everyone's watching.
Yeah, that's kind of a... yeah.
You know, the same way with the skateboarding. You know, all your buddies are sitting there with their phones out, recording you. You know, as much as they're hoping that you land a really cool trick shot, they're also hoping that you'll wipe out. Because that's going to make for a better video.
Either one is good, yeah. Either one. Absolutely. Yeah, I used to get mad like when we would go out filming like for a proper video part, like I would get mad. I would actually it's kind of weird. I used to get mad when passerbys would stop and watch me. I used to actually ask them, like, hey, can you please not watch? Like, and they'd be like, why? I was like, because you're messing up my concentration and you're fucking me up. And they'd be like, well, why is that? And like, we get into this whole argument. It's like, dude, just please don't watch me. I've already got a camera guy here. Like, please don't watch me. You know? And, which is kind of weird looking back at it. Because I'm filming it for the whole world, yet I don't want one person to watch it. Like, it just doesn't even make any sense now that I think about it. But I don't know. That's just how it was.
Somebody threw a drone up on the roof today when we were... I don't know if you guys know this or not. I'm working pretty high.
Yeah.
Working on the side of a historical building. Someone flew a drone up there today.
That makes 2 of us, Jay.
And...
working pretty high.
I'm not high when I'm working though, Derek. Just because, you know, I don't want to forget to put my
makes one of us.
Yeah, I wouldn't be high.
I do get really high when I'm done though.
Yeah.
But
yeah, save that shit for after. Yeah.
You know, it's time to pay attention. You know.
Yeah.
It is $50 an hour, which is kind of cool. So I can.
Fuck yeah, that's good.
Maintain for a little while.
Yeah.
But some dude started flying a drone up around. It was like watching me. And I like took my broom and I was like swatting at the damn thing. It was like I'm up here hanging off the side of a building, you know, safety cable on, and I'm scraping and painting, and you got a drone watching me. I mean,
I want to see that video. I want to see you swatting the drone.
Yeah,
yeah, I'd love to see that too.
I got it. It's
Did
a pretty
you stand
good
it up?
drone, dude. No, I stood right up on the side of the building and leaned out with my safety harness where it caught, because I know where it catches, and took the broom and took a full baseball swing right at it.
Nice.
And got it good.
Nice.
And it recovered.
It recovered? What?
The drone recovered.
Holy shit.
It was like, wow, that's a pretty impressive drone.
Yeah.
I went down and I chewed the guy in charge of the building. They have a building supervisor and stuff like that. And I said, I went down. I got off the roof. I went down all the way down. Security officer, I want to talk to Brian. He came out and I said, that's bullshit. We're up there. We're working on the side of your building and everything else like that. and somebody starts flying a drone around my head.
Were they?
While I'm trying to,
or were they just taking pictures?
Yeah, that's
Did you
pretty.
tell him how dangerous
I mean,
that was?
you can take a picture when I'm not there, or hey, some guy's here to fly the drone around and take pictures to show to the guys that are writing the check at the end of the job to see what's going on. A heads up would have been
right.
Well, it's probably more of a. I would imagine that whoever was controlling that drone, it was more of an artistic thing. He just wanted to capture the moment of some guy hanging on the side of some skyscraper, you know.
He didn't need to be within room's length of me.
Yeah, he shouldn't have gotten too close.
20-mile-an-hour winds when the thing was whipping back and forth trying to recover in the wind. You know?
That's not cool.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was not cool.
I can see both sides. I can see why that would be a cool photo, but at the same time, that's pretty fucked up to be fucking with you when you're that high up and trying to just do your work, you know?
All I'm saying, and that's all I said to Brian, was a heads up that's going to be going on.
Yeah.
Would have been kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know? You're going to be coming up there and taking my picture or something like that. That's fine.
Dude. Man,
But
I don't know how you do that shit, man. I don't know how you... I am so... Ironically, I'm actually really scared of heights. Even though I used to jump off shit for a semi-living. But that's, you know, I'm just talking about like 15 or 20 stairs, you know? But being like that high up in the air... Like, that shit freaks me out, dude. I don't know how you do that. I guess that's why they pay you $50 an hour.
You're not going to fall. I mean, they paid us $50 an hour to string a cable around the whole outside of the building.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're only going to fall like 4 or 5 feet. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't trust those cables. I feel like it... Because every once in a while...
I trust the cable. I know the guy who put it in.
Well, I probably know the guy too, you know, and or maybe I would in that case, and but I still don't. I just don't trust it. I don't know. But that's the same reason I've never been skydiving. Like, I just don't trust the parachutes. Like, you always hear every once in a while somebody's parachute failed, you know, and it's like, dude, that would be me. Knowing my luck, that would be me, and I just don't trust it. So props
the girlfriend
to you.
did ask me if I did put out. She asked me, you know, if I updated the will when I started working up there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And but yeah, props to you, man, for fucking being able to do that.
It's nothing, GG. It really, it's not a big deal. I mean,
well, it's something to me. It's something to me.
When you go out there and you decide that you're going to jump off of 15 states on your skateboard and you're going to do a rail slide down the banister of the thing, that's terrifying the first time, and you're going to wipe out. Yeah. The second or the third time, you're going to make it 3/4 of the way down, and the wipeout's not going to be that bad, and everything else like that. It's the same way with what I'm doing. You go out there the first time, you're making sure that your hook is on every time, you're always hooked in and stuff like that. And then you're like, I can walk down this, 50 feet without the hook on because I'm just walking down the frickin' sidewalk.
Wow.
The same way that the guys are doing it with the beams and everything else like that. You get used to it. You really do. You get used to being up there. It's not a big deal.
I'm sure.
You hear the people yelling on the street and you're hanging your head over the side right off of your hooks and stuff like that. Look, oh my God, he's going to hit him,
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure you get used to it, but I would probably never get used to it. I would just be scared as fuck every time. And plus, I wouldn't be there in the first place. So, yeah, that shit's gnarly, dude. I don't care who you are. That shit's gnarly, man. That shit is gnarly. But,
I don't know. I agree with you. It's probably really cool to, a non-solicited shot of the guys up there working on the building,
Yeah, it would be an artsy kind of... It'd be an interesting photo just to capture the crazy shit that you're doing, You're
Me hitting
hanging
the thing
on the
with a
side
broom.
of a building.
Get this fucking thing out of here.
Oh,
You're
I hope he got a
buzzing
photo
my
of
head.
that. That would be even better. If he got a photo of you swinging the broom at him. Yeah.
You know what I should have done? I should have exercised patience, and I should have just stood the broom up and let go of it, and let it stand there on its own.
Yeah, that'd be cool too.
That was for Apocalypse.
Dude.
We're taking a gun out and just shot it.
Seriously, I
Oh,
thought
that
about
would be
it. I was
great.
like looking around in my bag, like it's like, what do I got that I could throw at this fucking thing? It was annoying
Yeah.
as fuck, you know. I'm scraping caulk out of fucking brick joints, you know.
I was going to ask you that initially, Jay. I had myself muted and didn't realize that I was talking to you. But I was just going to say that, yeah, you should have stood the room up for him.
Just walked away.
Video.
And gave him like a little like Mr. What is it? Mysterio kind of like wave at it.
That would have been cool.
Damn it. I missed my opportunity for a really cool shot.
Well,
Still a cool story.
I did think about if I lose the bet, I think I'm going to wear the harness and a pair of boxer shorts instead of the bikini shorts. Or bikini.
No. The agreement is for bikini.
Because it'll kind of look like a Lilu thing. My harness kind of looks like a Lilu harness.
No, do you know how thin that Lilu strip is on her bottom half? As a matter of fact, it's just like 2 strips. Yeah,
I know,
one
but
going
I can't.
middle.
Well,
Nope.
girls have a little less stuff to cover up than guys do.
Nope.
Actually,
You can tuck.
I think
You
they
know how to
have
tuck?
more. Don't they have more to cover up?
I'm sure there are videos. How to tuck. No, the agreement is for a bikini, and I will gather myself and figure and get that skill, acquire that skill. Eventually, it might be a while, but I will do it.
I'm still doing sit-ups. I don't want you guys to see my beer belly.
You better.
That's funny. You know what's really funny about it is when I'm standing there, I try to do my best. I stand up straight and I work on my core strength, you know, where you like suck in all your gut and everything else like that, because isometric exercises are the best. You know, where you're just holding your muscles on the plan. You know, it's better for your back, it's better for, you know, all kinds of things. But
Okay.
I do make it a focus that, oh my God, at some point that girl's going to stand up a bunch of brooms in a Walmart and I'm going to have to get my picture taken. I better be working on this. Well, I'm just standing here scraping away. I could be doing this too.
Damn right. Might not be too quick though, but you know, you have some time. I guarantee you have some time. But I'll do
The
it.
more the better.
Mhm.
I'm going to be 50 on Tuesday.
Shit.
You never know how quickly. You never know how quickly I'll pick it up. You know. So I could start practicing and within a week have it, you know, mastered. You know, you don't. And it could take me 3 years. God, who knows?
In all honesty, you remember what I told you. All you got to do is not really think about it. Just set it down and walk away.
Right. I got you. I remember.
I'm giving you tips. Why
I
am
know.
doing that?
I know. You want to be in a bikini. That's you want to do it. I know you do, Jay.
Oh, dude, I wish I could rock a bikini. Yeah, that'd be nice. But, dude, so what are you doing for the big 5-0? Got any plans?
Scraping bricks on the side of a skyscraper.
Yeah, but after that part, what are you gonna do?
Probably listening to Troubled Minds and having a 6-pack.
All right, so just the regular old usual.
You know, I'm old. I got kids and a house and cars and a business and.
Dude, I would go to
Yeah,
Vegas,
it's
buy a
just
bunch of coke, and fucking have at it. That's what I would do if I was 50. I mean, I would do that now.
Jay, I know when you're lying. Okay, I don't know you all that well, but I know you well enough to know that afterwards you're not going to have a 6-pack and listen to the show. You're going to have a 12-pack and listen to the show. Let's be real here.
Yeah, you're at least going to have
show up late. Yeah,
8 or 9 beers. Yeah.
Probably have a Jameson's.
Oh my God, my cat is jumping on the mixer board again. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you're right, Matt.
Damn.
I'll probably overdo it a little bit. I'll probably show up late on Wednesday. But go ahead. You guys can, you've already had 5 crews walk up there and quit. No one's going to do the work. That's one of the reasons why the $50 an hour is, Yeah. Nobody else wants to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. And
I'll do it. Up the ante.
Up the ante.
Oh.
Yeah, doesn't sound like it meant to, but yeah.
Oh, now you say it.
Boy, did I say something really fucked up and I don't even know it because I'm old and not hip?
No, Gigi did.
Yeah,
not
I said the same thing he did. I just said it in a different way.
And different inflection, and that makes a difference.
Right up the ante. Yeah.
Well, see, Jay said up the ante, and Gigi said up the ante.
Oh,
which
okay.
Is like
yeah,
I
did leave out the T, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little different.
Still, inflection. Inflection changes everything.
Yeah. But,
the bad part about it is I didn't even notice.
Oh boy. So
I guess that's what happens from scraping bricks for 8 hours a day.
And okay, so what's the difference between, so Matt brought this up in the side chat. I guess we were talking about autism earlier, and then he brought up something about what's the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's? I don't understand that. Is there a clear, definitive difference?
There's no clear nothing in that. Dementia is Alzheimer's. You got the dementia like in 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. And then we started changing labels on things. And
is that what it
late
is?
80s, early 90s, 2000s, and stuff like that. It's not dementia anymore. It's Alzheimer's.
No, I do think it's different. There is a difference between dementia and Alzheimer's. I think part of the difference is in dementia, there's a genetic proponent to it. In Alzheimer's, it's an environmental,
metallic,
potentially environmental situation. But I'm not certain. I do feel when I've had conversations with doctors, my grandmother had dementia, and then I've had my grandmother and my grandfather on the other side that had variations of different versions of dementia and Alzheimer's as well. I know Alzheimer's is when the brain calcifies. I know that much. So you get calcification of the brain, then it basically just kind of eats away, the stuff.
The heavy metals leads to calcification that doesn't let the neurons fire the way that they should and stuff like that. Yeah, my dad's getting they call it the dementia. It's probably more likely Alzheimer's because he was a firefighter for, 3 decades.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but I mean, it is in the way the doctors speak about it. It does seem to be very different. There's a distinction that they make, at least, and I'm really not certain what that is.
And still zero treatment for it.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do?
There's a treatment. There is actually a treatment for Alzheimer's.
Yeah, there's some people that have figured out how to decalcify the pineal gland, at least. In fact,
there's a medicine, a decalcification medicine now that's a preventative for Alzheimer's.
Really?
I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, they put it out I think 4 to 5 years ago.
It was the AIDS drug. wasn't it?
No. I don't remember that being associated with it. It was a pill. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was one of the things that they were given to AIDS patients.
I don't think
Well,
so.
they gave all kinds of shit to AIDS patients back in the day. They tried all kinds of shit.
I just heard on the NPR News this week, maybe 3 days ago, they're coming out with a new Alzheimer's drug, and it's, I guess, the first new one for treatment that they've had in like 10 years. But yeah, I don't know too much about it, but the general thing is that Alzheimer's is a physical deterioration of the brain, like in terms of the gray matter, the calcification. But I think that happens after basically the brain is dying, or parts of it. It's being starved, and I think a lot of the research is pointing to that the brain is refusing to feed on glucose, blood glucose, and actually one of the potential treatments for it is to switch over to feeding on, the word escaping my mind right now, but like when you go on, on all meat diet or whatever they call that, ketones.
Keto.
The carnivore diet or keto.
The keto diet, ketogenic diet. But if you stop eating carbohydrates, which turn into glucose, and you focus just on fats and meats, your body will switch over to making ketones. Yeah. And those can feed your cells, but also your brain. And so if you switch over to ketones, because in Alzheimer's it's refusing, it's like tired, I give up, I too much glucose, it won't eat it. And also because the brain's made out of fat. So if you do a high omega fat diet and switch over to ketones, there's potential that the brain will feed on that and it'll stop and or reverse Alzheimer's. And I think
so
I was going to say, man, because
oh,
go ahead. Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Just quick. It is just quick. So it's kind of a question. So, Matt, the good fats like avocados and artichokes and stuff like that. Besides the meat, because I don't eat meat, but are those sort of more what they say produces? They say the good fats and the bad fats, and the meats and stuff are supposed to be the bad fats and the.
Well, these are your omega fatty acids, omega 3, 6, and 9, and these would be some of the easiest ones. Avocado oil, but coconut oil, and it also has other really benefits, and also that coconut oil's been proven really good for the brain. People with Parkinson's disease in particular, and so the brain, like 99% of it is made of fat. So that's what it needs to build and maintain itself. And then your other big ones are sunflower oil, and here's an interesting thing about that. There's no genetically modified sunflowers. So all sunflower oil is non-GMO. And then the quintessential best fatty acid, probably, or one of the top two, is olive oil, extra virgin olive oil. And it's, a guy won the Nobel Prize on longevity, and it was all about olive oil. Nice. And he said, his quote, really fascinating stuff. His quote, he said, food is just a carrier to get olive oil into your body. And this guy drinks like a pint of olive oil a week. And he's been doing it olive oil, man. He's been doing it for like 15 years. And you look at like photos of him and like a colleague from 15 years ago, they look the same age. And then you look at him now, and it's like his hair hasn't turned gray, and his colleague looks like an old dude. But yeah, olive oil is a really big secret. And then, of course, fish oils, they have those same.
Oh yeah, you gotta get those fish oils in. Yeah.
One of the things that we have to forget is if you look at the human body on a anatomy kind of scale, first year college, studying anatomy of the human body, it's a perfect machine. There's no reason why we should ever die. We regenerate. We fix ourselves. It's all in the building materials that we give ourselves. We're buying crap from Walmart now because it's cheap and we can't afford food. We're not getting the high quality stuff that we need to repair ourselves. You have warts, you eat broccoli, dietary tract problems, you eat asparagus, just those kind of things. If you look at that, we are designed, our body is designed to live forever. If you just look at the simple day-to-day use of the body, a cell will die, but it will regenerate a new cell. We should be new every day.
Yeah, that sounds good on paper. But there's, for example, I'll just tell you guys just from personal experience. So I was a vegetarian for 3 years. Then I was a vegan for 1 year. And then a couple years later, went back to just regular shit. And then I was on the keto diet for a year. And I'll tell you what, man, I've never felt better in my life than when I was on the keto diet.
Agreed.
Straight up, dude. In looking back on it now, when I was a vegetarian, I basically felt quite literally malnutritioned. Is probably the best way I could describe it, and vegan even more so. But at the time, I thought I was doing the right thing, vegetarian, I was all about it, and I felt different, and I think I just associated different with being good at the time. But man, once I got on the keto diet, I was like, holy shit, I have so much more energy. I don't need to sleep as much, and you just feel great. And although I don't know if the keto diet is for everybody, because everybody's biochemical makeup is different. But
that was exactly what I was going to say to you.
Yeah,
it could be wonderful for you. Yeah, and do great things. And I think that's an important point to make is looking at what works for you. There's certain people in my life that I've known for years, and there are a couple who couldn't be a vegetarian because it did something. Literally, it made it their body, not work in a certain way. And then other people became vegetarians, and they felt at their 100% all day long, every day. And our biology, our internal flora, and the way that we've developed our body individually over the course of our lives, I think makes a huge difference in what's going to assist us in creating a good, nourishment for our bodies. So I think it's important to look at it individually.
Yeah, it's just a matter of just trying it out for yourself and just seeing what works. And, for me, the keto diet works, and it just feels better, and I just feel better. But anyway, let's get to Matt here from California.
I was going to rewind before we go down this hole. But the reason I was bringing up Alzheimer's and dementia, we were talking about the Mandela effect. And I said that that's not being able to remember, that's the enemy of the Mandela effect. But yeah, you guys can carry on with the conversation you're having now, the nutrition. Go ahead.
I get what you're saying,
I was trying to tie that together, what I was saying, with the dementia and the Alzheimer's. Not being able to remember, that's a problem. That's going to be a problem with the Mandela effect later on.
Yeah, some people actually associate the Mandela effect kind of psychologically with narcissism or gaslighting, because it does have that effect on some people. They remember it one way, and yet they're being told by literally pictures and history and all this other, and all their other friends and whatever, that something that they've known for their whole life and intimately loved or been associated with, is wrong. It's upside down. It's different. It's not real, right? That's gaslighting. That's a narcissistic component, right? It's like I don't know if you guys want to take that anywhere, but it's an interesting social effect of the Mandela effect.
Well, from one perspective, though, it's narcissistic to think that your memory is better than all the evidence that suggests it's not, right? I mean, all the
other way
pictures
around. No, it's the other way around. So, I mean, I've lived in situations with people who like to gaslight people, and gaslighting is basically saying
if somebody's doing it, if somebody's doing it to you. But the idea of not believing all the evidence available, videos and pictures, and the fact that there's zero evidence for the contrary. They're no, I believe it, so it must be true. No, reality has changed. I believe the right one. Reality has shifted. Maybe CERN did something, but my memory can't be wrong. I mean, that's also pretty narcissistic,
Yeah, I mean, it creates both sides of the problem. It does, because people can take it and they can just tell the people who believe it in another way and demean them and deplete them and say, nah, you're full of shit, whatever. But a lot of them are doing it just because they believe that that's true on their side, and the other people believe it's true on that. Now, a narcissistic thing is when something is done intentionally, but a gaslighting thing, whether it's done intentionally or not, it can really have a devastating effect on an individual or society.
Dude,
because
honestly, hold on. Let me pause you right there. Can you please explain to me? I might sound like a total noob here, and I guess I am. I actually don't understand what gaslighting means. I've never had a full comprehension of what that term means.
Okay. So
I appreciate that question, PG.
Yeah, I'm just being honest. I don't know what that means.
Right. So let's say somebody wants to fuck with you. That would be the initial intent. That might not be the internal motivation, but it's the initial intent because of an internal motivation. So they want you to feel insecure. They want you to feel like what you believe is not real. They want you to feel like your reality is not true. They want you to doubt yourself. That's the first point of position. They want you to doubt yourself. And so in order to create an environment where you doubt yourself, they will move stuff in the room and say, I never went in there. They will steal your stuff, and they'll say, it must have been you're just seeing things. It wasn't that way, and this, that, and the other. They will tell you that you said something that you absolutely never would have in your entire life ever even considered saying. And then back it up with the most passionate anger and virility that they possibly can. And you're supposed to care about this person, and if you care about that person, you're supposed to trust them. And so they use that trust, and they deplete you by feeding you lies and attempting to make you feel like a piece of crap if you don't believe their lies. And thus you start to doubt yourself. And you start to doubt yourself, and then you start to, which a lot of people do. I didn't, never did. But a lot of people do, because it's not, when it wears over and over and over and over years of time, it's very difficult to not get it
right.
Get that feeling, at least, that other people are going to believe that there's something wrong with you, right? Because they have been telling you that there's something wrong with you, and that becomes a different agenda. Is that they're running away from the dogs. They want other people. They want you to believe that other people are going to doubt you as well. So they put doubt in the minds of other people about you. It's a whole game. I mean, it's so destructive.
Okay,
and so,
I think I get it now.
But if you look at the Mandela effect from the psychological perspective, it could certainly do the same thing. because
So basically, someone would have to do that subconsciously. There's no way that they would be able to do that meticulously.
Oh, sure they would. Oh, you mean the Mandela effect, or just the typical?
The gaslighting. I mean, I don't see how someone would do that.
They do it on purpose, too. A lot of them will do it unconsciously because they had it done to them.
And the media does it too also. Like the news, mainstream news will do it.
Yes, that is the game right there.
And couples, like relationships, like a bad boyfriend or bad girlfriend will do. Like what do you mean? You're what? You're crazy. Come on. When like clearly that person's in the wrong.
Right.
But I'm not sure if that necessarily like applies to the Mandela effect. I mean, like I believe everything that is required for the Mandela effect to be real, but just like none of the examples really do it for me. You know, like they don't really like. I can like kind of just chalk it up to bad recollection and then like suggestibility. Like if I think I go into a Mandela effect like Facebook group and I say, "Do you guys remember this?" and I just make it up, like 10 people will say, "Yeah, I remember that," even though I just made it up. You know, because it's just the internet's pretty suggestible. Not everybody will do that, but just like
because you're talking though to people who are like feeding off the attention as opposed to who are really involved in researching and stuff. I would suppose, maybe not. But I would suppose that that's probably true. If they're giving you, false information, then they're just lying. Right?
But if half the evidence is like the fact that other people also believe it or also have the same memory, like that evidence doesn't really like hold enough water for me because like.
Right, it needs to be personal, I think.
Yeah, but also like we have to open up. We have to leave the option that like you could be wrong. Too. Like definitely could be wrong. Like you could just misremember. You know, so I remember it being Berenstain Bears, but like I'm just gonna chalk it up to like like it wasn't. There was no TV show called the Berenstain Bears, so I never heard it being said out loud. And there's a chance just everybody in my life read it as Berenstain. You know, and that's fine for me. Like it's like it makes more sense. That's more plausible than like reality shifted. And like there was some weird name change, you know.
So
they just were pronouncing it wrong.
It's just like we never heard like them say it my entire life until the internet happened, and then we started saying, "Well, wait, how do you say it? Oh, you say it like that? Oh, what? You know what I mean? Like I'm sure some kid pronounced the Berenstain growing up, you know, like
sure." And I get your point, but that's not even okay. So I certainly see your perspective, and I validate and respect that, Derek. Absolutely. I have a different perspective because I've looked at residual and stuff like that, but that's okay too. The point is that the phenomenon itself, if you look at the psychology behind you being very personally and emotionally connected to certain bits of information in your life, and they're important to you, and then suddenly you discover, regardless of what the source or reason for that may be, that the rest of the world, or a lot of the population, thinks that it's absolutely different, and then you start finding evidence that it is different. And yet, let's say, just theoretically, like the position of our universe in the galaxy. Let's go with that one because that's a cool one. Okay, so the position of our universe in the galaxy, when I grew up, I was taught that we were on the outer edge in a particular arm of the galaxy. Carl Sagan says it. He points it out. There are pictures. There are photographs. There are diagrams, blah, blah, blah. Not photographs. There are diagrams, etc. And now the opinion has changed in respect to where we are in the galaxy. And it's a huge difference. I mean, there's no way that we could have been able to move there naturally, obviously. And it's just like, it's a huge difference.
Yeah.
So just taking that as an example, I'll finish real quick what I was about to follow up with, is that when there's something that important to you, or that sort of connected to you emotionally, and you feel strongly about it, and you have had that experience and been told that, or that was your truth, and then suddenly this shift happens, or your realization of something being different happens, it could have the same. All I'm saying is that it could have the same psychological effect socially as a gaslighting type scenario. I'm not saying that it's intentional. I'm not saying that it's like anything else. I'm just saying that psychologically, in a sociological element, it could potentially put you in a position to feel as if your reality is in doubt, your own personal viewpoint about yourself. And that's kind of what the narcissist does with the gaslighting.
Gaslighting is like saying the main character in Zelda is Zelda. You guys got mad, right? Because you're like, no, it's Link, right? Link's Link. That's gaslighting.
Okay. Yeah, I think I
You
kind
should
of
bring that down to a simple level for me, man.
I think I
You
kind
do
of
have
get
to
it
remember
now.
that Jay's a little bit dense.
No, you're fine, Jay. You're not.
No, but Matt did make a good point.
He did.
You know.
And so did Derek. You know, and I see all the points. Yeah.
Well, hey, I just want to add to, Gigi asked about gaslighting, and, I started hearing the term being thrown around a while ago, and I'm like, oh, okay, I kind of get the feel of it, but what really is it? And I looked
exactly.
It up.
Yeah.
And I just want to, APOC was talking about it on kind of a person-to-person level, but, basically the term comes from, like, lighting a fire with gasoline. It's going to blow up. It's going to explode. Gaslighting.
Actually comes from a movie. It actually comes from an old movie.
A wicked old movie.
Anyway, hold on. I want to hear what Matt is saying.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So mainly, from what I gather and from what I read and looked up, it's basically to sort of like create a strong reaction, emotional response, psychological reaction, and sort of like a backlash. And a lot of times, the definition really it has to do with it's more of a public thing. Like, and I think JP just mentioned it, like, being done in media or politics or divide and conquer and, stuff like that. So if you take like some social issue, cultural issue, political issue, Donald Trump, racism, transgender, and you throw something out there that is like gonna plug people in, like stomp on a known issue, that's just consider it, throwing fuel on the fire, even though maybe that's not where it came from. It's to plug people in, to activate, upset, exacerbate. That's my gist.
Yeah. And honestly, man, Matt's explanation just then made that made more sense to me than anything any of you all else said.
Good deal. Well, in long term, the long-term plan for the narcissistic personality and gaslighting is to make you a weaker, less reactive, less self-respecting person, and quiet you down, control you. So
I think I get it now. I think I get it now.
Yeah, it's a timeline thing,
But anyway,
you might react that with fire in the beginning, but then after that, it's like you're so full of doubt, you act like a freaking, wilting flower, right? And that's the objective right there.
All right, so now that I get that, let's continue right where I interrupted you, and let's get right back to what you were saying before I interrupted you and asked what gaslighting was. Unless you don't remember.
No. That's I was pretty much complete, I think, in respect to the connection of the.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you were going somewhere else with that or something.
No. Just kind of the social phenomenon of the possibility that it might be affecting the public, at least the fringe public who get involved in this kind of thing, in a way that could maybe feel to certain people involved in that, like a gaslighting type situation. Like, futility in relationship to their reality or their view of the world. And I'm just saying if somebody is actually doing that, then it could be similar to the advertising and news and the fake stuff as well, because that's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
No, well, it does make sense. But the thing is, though, I mean, now that we're, in the midst of social media and all of that, and our relationships with people, people don't even talk to each other anymore.
Yeah.
I look at, I keep going back to the Boy Scouts and stuff like that, but the kids will sit and they won't actually verbally talk to each other. They'll send them text messages or in Snapchat or Instagram. Sitting in the same room, and sometimes I look at that, I ran a bar for more than a couple of years, and I had all female bartenders just because it was profitable. And I look at them that I knew them before. They were all on social media and stuff like that because that thing didn't exist there now. And now, kids and different jobs and all the things that they've gone about and stuff like that. And they accuse all these people of being narcissists and gaslighting and all these other things that go on. And sometimes just there's that little hint in the back of my mind that he is the one that is accusing everyone else of doing something, might be the most guilty.
Yeah, that's always potentially a thing. Yeah.
I just I look at that, they're calling out ex-boyfriends and things like that.
Jay,
social media.
You just pointed out one of their strategies. Actually.
Yeah, you did.
I only caught the end, but that is one thing that they do. They do the reverse position, right?
You're the one that's actually doing it to me.
Yeah, exactly. And yet they say that you're the one doing it to them. Yeah.
And they're the one that's actually guilty of that.
Yeah, it's a very legitimate strategy that is used, and they are. Yeah, they would.
And that's just from some dude scraping bricks 160 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
I'm no, I'm not a psychologist or anything. I mean, it's like, wait a minute,
dude. And I've got to say real quick, Matt from California posted a really good Zelda meme in the side chat. I thought that I've never seen that before, and that makes perfect sense. And that's a fucking good meme right there. That's a fucking good meme right there.
Link. It's Link, asshole.
Straight up. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so good. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
When I talk about gaslighting, is like, if you know somebody and you know what they're about, you know their weaknesses, and so you can exploit those weaknesses. And so, like, for me, I had a thing, like, for me, the Native Americans, the way we treated the Native Americans, we all know the story. That to me, I feel it in my heart, right? And when the Standing Rock stuff was going on, and I was all about Standing Rock, and people like, if they know your, I guess I say, like, they know your weakness, they don't want to, like, push your buttons, and they're like, oh well, if you're against the pipeline going through Standing Rock, then go shut off your gas valve in your house. And, like, obviously I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. But they were pushing my buttons. They're like trying to make me mad, like trying to get me angry. And I'm not an angry person, but I feel I want to talk about that. I want to voice my opinion. That it was wrong. All of that was wrong. And people out there are jerks, so they're gonna try to push your buttons. That's the gaslighting that we're talking about. If they're trying to like get under your skin and like
just trying to
push your
you
buttons. Because that made me mad and I want to fight back, but then I stop and I realize like, hey, I'm not that kind of person, I call it like I see it, I'm not gonna.
I mean, it goes back to it takes two people to fight.
Yeah, but exactly. But I don't want to be. They're trying to make you be the aggressor by pushing your buttons until you are aggressive. Until you're aggressive back, and they're like, "Oh, look at you! You threw the first punch." Well, yeah, I threw the first punch because you're being a dick, and you deserved it.
Okay, that's even the most. That's probably the most simple answer to my original question. It's probably that right there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
If you're pushing me and telling me shit, I don't making me want to fight you, and then you're the victim because I hit you first.
Yeah.
But really at the same time, like, you deserved it, dude. If you're talking shit, I'm gonna punch you.
Yeah, you started saying nasty crap about my mother.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, that's in the simplest language.
That's
Pushing buttons, getting under the skin, and it's. I mentioned my Harmonious Relationships book, and it just occurred to me. I talk about in there because a lot of it's about issues and how we bring up people's issues and trigger each other and stuff. And I have a piece of advice in there that says, with your partner, you kind of know what their issues are. And I talk about, walking carefully around known issues. Don't step on those landmines because you know what's going to set somebody off, So I actually the opposite of gaslighting. So, instead of trying to, push somebody's buttons, well, like, I know what your buttons are, so I'm not going to go anywhere near them. That's
Matt, we're the same in that arena. I think that's the last thing I want to do is push people's buttons. Having passionate conversations, that's one thing, but actually doing something that's going to like offend them or create a challenge that can't be like resolved. But yeah, making sure that there's peace, right? that is the point. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So, like, we're basically working on ascension right now. The people that we talk to on a normal day-to-day basis, we're up and beyond that. That's fine. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Yeah.
Are we getting to a point where all these things, the gaslighting, the narcissism and everything else like that, is if I just don't deal with that's okay, you're trying to push my buttons, but I'm going to give you the trolls come in the chat, in the show. You let them go. You don't ban them. You don't block out their comments or anything else like that. You just let them go because the only reason why they're there is they're looking for an interaction. If no one interacts with that, they go away on their own. And the same way with the narcissism. I understand that, in a situation like that, especially with a relationship or something like that, where someone is coming at you with those kind of things and making you feel bad about yourself or question yourself or whatever it is. If you don't give that person any weight, that's not going to affect you.
You're right on the money, and that's such an important point. And you said on our way to ascension, and yeah, I could use that words, but I could also say like self mastery. I think part of a big primary goal of why we're all on the planet is to achieve self mastery, and part of self mastery is having the capability to maintain your own internal state of being, your internal state of peace, and somebody can say something to you, and if you have self mastery or you're getting there, you don't have to let it affect you, and so do you react? How do you react? Do you get upset? Do you let it be like water off a duck's back? Or there's a saying about, in through the front door and boom, right out through the back door. And the other thing is, people can only upset you if you first give them the power to do so. And I personally don't choose to give people that power as best I can, to the best of my ability. I'm not perfect at it, but you can't upset me, make me angry, make me sad, whatever, unless I allow you to. And I like to go, I don't allow you to. I don't give you that much power. You can say whatever the heck. Anybody on here on chat could say any kind of insult you want on me. My friends came, and doesn't have to. That's
amen. I say amen to that, dude. Amen to that. You hit it right on. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and Matt Co, I also want to say part of that in my education is, for me personally, is to, once you understand about what they're doing, just don't give them anything to do it with. It's like, and it's hard because then you can't really be yourself. You need to sort of know how they're going to think and how they're going to function in respect to taking whatever information you give them and using it against you. So you try not to give them, or what I have done, what I had to do was just try not to give them information or act in a particular way or whatever so that they couldn't use that to their advantage, which is doing exactly what we've been talking about.
I say don't feed the trolls.
Right.
Right. Always. Yeah. Sorry, I've crossed your bridge already. I'm not paying your stipend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's
and
really...
they'll try to find other things that don't exist to do that with, but then it becomes more difficult,
It's really
well, I mean, I can see that if you're in a situation where someone has been doing that to you or something like that, and they've gathered a bit of control.
Well, that's the objective. They've tried. Yeah, they've tried very hard to do that.
So if they've done that, at that point, whether it be political, emotional, whatever reason that it is, that you look at it, you gave them that power. The same way that if you go on a ghost hunting trip and everybody that's on the trip believes in ghosts, there's probably going to be a paranormal experiment. Something's going to happen just because you're throwing that energy in there. If you're throwing that energy in there with someone who's the narcissist or the gaslighter or whatever, and if you don't throw the energy in there, they have no power.
Well, let me tell you something else that happens that goes. Yeah, I agree with you on one side of that. On the other side, they reach out to your family, they reach out to your friends, they reach out to whatever, and they devise stuff, say things in ways that, they act like the most amazing angel on the planet while talking shit about you that's not true. So it's like, so on one side, yes, if it's just between you and them, then sure. But if they manipulate all the people around you to be their friend and not yours, and then to start talking shit, and then to like create this environment that's incredibly.
So then, were those people your friends or theirs?
And family. It's done now. I mean, they, we've we have they understand now what was happening, right? Not with a lot of my friends, because I just don't have that kind of energy or time, but my family and certain people in my life, then absolutely yes. But they were able to actually see it, so it was easier once they could see what was happening for me to actually begin to talk with them about the reality of what was going on. So it's really, it doesn't just, when it comes to certain people who develop these skill sets, I guess, it doesn't just relate to you, it relates to whatever is important to you, and that may or may not include other people in your life. So one of the strategies is for them to do exactly that, take away in whatever capacity they can, even giving them jobs, making them their best friend, and then starting from there, right? As far as they can go with it. It's just like, it's wild. But
getting put in the will.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. but it's like it can actually affect you physically. In other words, your resources, your friendships, your environment, which used to be healthy in relationships, these things can be absolutely affected by single person in your life who has decided to devise a narcissistic strategy against you. And it's like, it's amazing. It's amazing what they can do to put you in a position of inactivity, of not being able to function in certain elements of life, in relationship with, family, friends, jobs.
So we just basically what it comes down to is we just gave a different label to the term asshole. Yeah. The guy's an asshole.
Exactly, it's a label.
Yeah, that's a
it's definition, but it's a label. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. But it is intentional. I mean, there's nothing that's not intentional about it, unless they start off with just that having been in their life and they think that that's like the way to be, until maybe they figure out that that's not the way to be, and maybe those people might be able to be self-aware enough to the point where, but it's not even about that. It's about not really having empathy. It's about not, control becomes the primary power, and control becomes
the lack of empathy is where I'd really like to go back to, is because I've noticed that after our ordeal that we basically put the entire world through, there's a serious lack of empathy now. Mm-hmm. People just don't care.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not my responsibility. I'm not going to do that. I'm not getting paid for it. Whatever.
I keep saying that, Jay. The whole world, in respect to how we are programming ourselves or being programmed or whatever, is we listen to my last podcast. I talked about this. It's like we're not validating other people's emotion or values or ability to express themselves individually. We're saying, no, you should be this way, or you can't feel this, or you can't do this, or you can't do that. And it suppresses people, right? It also puts them in a position to say, well, if I can't be myself, it almost pushes them into a corner, into having to focus on their own sort of reactions instead of other people's relationships with them. So I think in one way, I'm not saying this very well, but in one way that might take their focus inward in respect to themselves, as opposed to having that balance between themselves and this community that's actually supportive for them. So I think that begins to sort of eat away at empathy in a way. So are we devising a less empathetic society? I think we are. I think we have been. I hope it goes in the other direction.
Just a point of clarification here, Apocalypse. You're pretty good at expressing your point. Just so
yeah.
You had that hint of doubt in yourself.
Well, no, it's just,
and there's no reason for that.
I appreciate that, and it was just because I did have several things in my head, and I wanted to express all of them in sort of one idea, and I couldn't really fit it all in. So I had to focus on the one. But yeah, I mean, I really think that we're feeding the narcissistic perspective, and we're sort of developing a narcissistic society. And that's just simply lack of empathy and more of a focus on personal control and control of other people. It's like if other people aren't going to be what they're supposed to be,
I'm not going to hire you to do my job.
If they're not going to fit into the norm, if they're not.
I've actually lost a job through the ordeal and everything else like that, and political reasons alone. And that the guy that I was working for just refused to hire me. He paid somebody more money to do the same job that I did for less.
Yeah.
Because he didn't like my Facebook posts. It's pretty much that simple.
Damn, that's
3 or 4 jobs this year.
See how it goes? Like, really?
You just you're going to pay somebody more money to get a shittier job?
Well, that's what APOC was saying about, like, that's one strategy, like APOC was saying. Don't give them the ammunition, because they'll just use it to get you. Don't give them the rope that they'll hang you with, right?
That's fine. I'll hang out and play with my kids and talk on Troubled Minds in the Discord until 4 o'clock in the morning. If you don't want to hire me, that's cool. I've always taken getting fired as a very liberating experience. I've never quit a job in my entire life. That is one thing that I can say. I've been fired from every job that I've ever had.
Dude, I've quit every job I've ever had.
So have I.
Fuck that! I'm done. I'm out of here. Fuck this.
Me too.
Yeah.
A little bit of a disclaimer there. That's something that you guys should know. That I'm a trim carpenter, a finish guy, and stuff like that. I'm the last person to get hired, and the first person to get fired because I come in there to do a job and get it done. Well, you're done.
Project.
We don't need you anymore.
Right.
It's project work. It's not like you're signing on for 5 years or 10 years.
Yeah, your business is a little different than most of probably
when
our
I'm done
jobs.
Being Jay Skywalker running around on the top of the building, they're not going to offer me a 401k.
Jay Skywalker. I'm going to use that.
It's just it's just I'm done. I finished. The job is over.
Can I say something real quick on what Matt just sort of brought up? With not giving them ammunition.
Yeah.
So one thing about that is that it suppresses who you are. You have to control who you are, so you're still sort of placed in a position of self-control. It's like, and I mean to the point of suppressing your inner being from being fully self-expressive, which I think is part of the whole social demeaning challenge. So on one level, yes, if you're in a situation where you absolutely have to create at least a position of peace in your experience, unless never mind. But if you're in that kind of position, that might be the only thing that you can do. But again, if you suppress everything about the way that you express yourself and exist and make sure that you say things that are not going to be taken by other people as wrong or whatever, then what's the point in really having a full life? Can we have a full life? I have not been able to have a full life for the last 8 years, at least, of my life because of that. And so I want us all to have full lives. I want us all to be able to fully and completely express ourselves in a way that is healthy and proactive and emotionally aware and expressive and real and authentic, right? And so this having to be overly cautious about what you say or do because somebody's going to grab it and use it as a weapon against you.
Yeah.
It's not a good place to be, and it's a place that you have to be sometimes. But I don't think it's a good place to be.
Yeah,
Daryl, I don't know if you know it, Daryl, but you're not muted.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
No, you're fine.
APOC, I put words in your mouth. It's like it's a strategy, but not really a great strategy, last resort. And
survival strategy.
I totally agree with what you're saying. That the downside is, and we all do this to some degree too. There's degrees. The downside is that you can't be real, authentic, your authentic self, and really what ends up leading to is then people don't get to know you.
Yes.
And also, and here's another side of it. It's this other side of the same coin. You don't get to feel truly known.
Yes.
And that's a deep one. That one kind of hits me in the heart. Is like, I've kind of struggled with that my whole life. Being kind of raised second generation, spiritual, metaphysical, and you a lot of times kind of have to hold back from those conversations and those things with people, and then what ends up happening is you don't feel known. You can't be your authentic self. You can't be, really you, and that's sort of sad. It's like, yeah, that's just what I had to add to that.
Right.
Like an introvert. It almost makes you an introvert, Like,
yeah.
You don't want to talk to people.
But no, I mean, not really. Not for me, it didn't. With some people, it really does. I agree. But for me, it's like I had to find creative and different ways to express the truth of who I am and what I wanted to express exactly, only using words and different ways to use the language to do it. And it was kind of a practice in creativity, and yet it was still this, why do I have to go through all this work, all this renegotiating and analyzing and BS just to be able to say what I want to say? Just to be able to get to a place where I can express my truth. I had to work so hard at saying it in exactly the right way and being completely hyper aware of exactly how they were responding to every single movement I made and every single thing that I said, just to navigate that space to be able to say my truth. And half the time, and eventually most of the time, it became not worth it. But because I'm doing other things, and who cares at this point? Right at the end of that line, who cared? It was not even worth it anymore. But part of it is the fact that if we have to manage to the degree that I'm talking about, so microscopically, our own words and our own expressive, emotional, facial expressions and our own body movements and our own whatever, and still maintain this position of being very hyper aware of what the other person or people, whatever, around us is doing and how they will take it, because you've seen it happen, how they will navigate your stuff to make it this opposite world, right? If you have to focus so much on that amount of detail, it sucks your mental state into this constant position of navigation in respect to other people around you, instead of being able to think of the cosmos and your position in the universe and all these amazing things and all this wonderful stuff. And so it's almost through that act of self negotiation and external awareness, hyper awareness of these challenges and challenging people that will break you down or do whatever they can to do that.
It's taxing. That's why we use the word tax, because it's taxing.
Right, but it sucks your energy away because you are in that constant mode of not you. You are not you. You are not focused on who you are. You're not focused on of course you're focused on what you want to say and who you are in respect to your core and what all that. But you aren't focused on the evolution of you, right? You're not focused on the growth of you. You're not focused on the ability to
be the best person that you could possibly be.
Yeah.
Regardless of what anyone else thinks of you, that's your own decision, your own journey.
Yeah, but I mean, do you kind of get my point? It sucks all your mental energy away, right?
I do.
Just like the media, the advertising, the fear mongering, all that stuff. It's the same thing, right? It's like it sucks all your energy away. You focus so much on that stuff, and it's like...
Apocalypse, one of the reasons why I'm still engaged in your conversation is because you're hitting a home run with me.
Nice. But I mean, it's personal, because I dealt with it, it's constantly. And it's like, I'm so done to be on the end of that. I'm so glad to be on the end of that, and it's like, I can think again. It's like, I can be in that evolutionary place again. I don't have to focus on what I have to do, on the fight or flight response, on what angle I have to look at this time, and what I have to do on this end, and what I have to do on that end. I don't have to do that anymore. I can grow, right? I can be in that space of myself again, and that's just what it takes from you. That's what it takes from you. So anyway, I'm sorry. This got personal. I'm done.
No, absolutely, that's fine. It should be personal. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have these conversations.
Yeah.
And we talk to each other, is because it's the mental yoga that I talk about. If you don't exercise your brain in these kind of ways and talk to other people with similar experiences and stuff like that, you're gonna miss it. One of the quotes that, before I stopped giving quotes when the show went down to the lower hours, was, if the world is truly ending, you're running out of time to master your gifts. We all have gifts. We're unbelievably intelligent people. Just the way that we think about things and the openness that we have to other ideas, it makes us a different bird. We're not in that game. We want to think for ourselves. We want to have the opportunity to change our mind. I've never thought about that way before. Now my opinion is different, because I had an intellectual conversation with somebody about something, whether it be Bigfoot,
right,
or werewolves, or ayahuasca, or whatever. It doesn't matter what the conversation is. It's the idea about it all. You know, that's the crazy, stupid things that go through your mind when you're hanging out there staring at a brick wall for 8 hours. You know, it's
Right.
it's not about the details. It's just about the fact that you just got to do it. You know, just do it. It's the function over form. You know, I'm not going to let somebody control my life that way. You know, okay, that's fine. You don't like the fact that I showed up an hour late because I was talking on the radio all last night? Fire me.
Fire me. I'll go somewhere else. Deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. You've already had like 5 crews show up here and quit. I might show up an hour late, but I'm up here doing it. You know, fuck off. You know.
Well, hey, G, that makes me think of 2 things. First of all, I love the quote or quotation, and I've done this a couple times. I did it a number of times in my book. I'll take a really good quote that I like and alter it slightly. So I'm going to take that quote. This popped into my head, and say, you know, if it's perhaps the end of the world, you're running out of time to achieve your self-mastery.
That's fine.
Of changing it from gifts.
That's the whole point of the conversation is we're feeding off of each other, but we're feeding off of each other in a positive way.
Right.
We're not feeding off of each other in a negative way.
Right.
We're adding to each other.
We're nourishing. So we're nourishing. I would say nourishing one another, not feeding off. That sounds sort of cannibalistic, but
yeah, nourishing sounds a little bit more
Southern
polite.
Talk, Northeastern talk.
So I'm just changing really the word gifts to self-mastery. And the second thing I thought of, I forgot. So, oh well. Oh, no, I know what it was. Yeah, not only the mental, going to the mental gym and stretching that, but also, you know, emotionally, you know, and that's part of, as the discussions and the self-mastery and what APOC was just sharing, and it can be personal stuff, that, you know, it allows a certain amount of emotional processing, too. So it's
all connected, yeah. It's all connected.
Yeah,
it's all there.
Stretching, emotional releasing, and that's what friends are for. That's what good families for. So
absolutely.
It's all good.
I appreciate you guys. I value you guys so much, and I appreciate you guys, and I want you to know that. I don't say that a lot, and I want to make sure I say it. But even Gigi, the newbie dude, I know we're on your show,
Gigi,
but
you even appreciate me? Even me?
Very much so, Gigi. I appreciate you very much. But yeah, I just want to say that. I want to say that out loud. That I love you guys, and I am so happy to have found you. And I want to say that because I'm feeling it.
Beautiful. Yeah. Dude, I'm glad I found this crew too. You know, you guys have obviously been a crew for much longer than I've been around. I've only been around for like a month or two. But yeah, this shit's sick, dude. I like it. You know, and that's why I keep jumping back in every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever I can. You know, it's fucking
Friday,
awesome.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Saturdays and Sundays are not. Friday, Saturday, and Sundays are not that busy, but yeah, happens occasionally.
Well, once we get our other show back up off the air, we usually do the Midnight Blend on Saturdays, which. Oh, actually, no. Night Stalker's not on that one, but we do this other show. That's going to be conflicting.
There's going to be a bonus show tomorrow, by the way, GG.
Oh, with Mike?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Mike and James.
Okay, hold on. I gotta pick up my my Uber Eats driver. It's about to be here, so I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Well, like a minute and 30 seconds. How about that?
Don't forget to tip. Don't forget to tip in cash.
Yeah. Oh no, I already tipped digitally. So
no, don't tip digitally anymore. Tip cash.
I don't have
Jay,
cash.
he can do what he wants.
Who has cash? Anyway,
he can do what he wants.
I gotta pick it up. I'll be right back. I
pay those guys in cash. Hey.
Well, I just want to say what, with what APOC was saying, and I'll say ditto. I love and appreciate you guys, and you've added a lot to my life, and it's good.
It is good.
It's unbelievably good.
Someone's gonna puke from kindness while listening to this.
It's too bad. Let them puke.
Damn right. Too bad.
It's just, I mean, the conversations that we have, I mean, sometimes we run really early and stuff like that, and I'll pick it up when I'm getting ready to go to work and stuff like that. And it's the energy about it all. You know? I mean, it's how you look at your day when you wake up. You know? My back hurts, my arms are sore, I'm tired, I don't want to go to work, I hate it, it's horrible, you know. I do have a decent job, I'm making good money on this particular project and everything else like that, but it sucks. And the thing is, though, is like you process the feeling and move on from that.
Yes.
And then, you know, you
Absolutely.
have conversations with, like we have here, about all the different kind of things that we have conversations about and stuff like that. And it's so much better than listening to the radio.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, I mean, what are you doing? You're listening to the same 70s song because the one guy on the crew likes the classic rock stations or something like that. You hear the same song 3 times a day.
Hey, team. What's up?
Hi, Axel. We are on the air, and you're welcome to stay, but I just wanted to let you know that, in case you didn't know.
I'm muting.
We are being recorded.
Yeah, we are being
Well,
You are being recorded.
let's verify that.
Axel joined us, and we just let him know that we were on the air, in case I don't think he realized it. So.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to verify that, so you probably stopped recording.
No. This is why we have. It's called B-sides and rarities. We used to do these all the time, and we haven't done them in a while. But yeah, no, we record the whole fucking thing. And
thanks, Mr. Strange, for letting us use your Discord server to
absolutely, and
record this crazy conversation.
So we're not literally being broadcasted.
Actually, we are live.
Yes, we are live on the B-sides and rarities show for Shift Happens. Yeah.
I don't care. Anyways, I'm basically. I mean, I came home. I mean, I'm calling with Xander. He's very, very much is up with this. So you know what? Talk about what you want. I'm gonna be giving my dog some pets. Kisses.
Did you say you're going to be giving your dog some pets? Is that what you said?
You're going to be petting Xander.
Oh, I thought you were going to give your dog a pet of its own. You know, like maybe a little rat. You know,
no, he's
a small hamster, perhaps.
He's a big boy.
You know, if you have a pet, why can't your dog have a pet? You know?
He'd probably eat it.
He would eat it. Xander would eat it.
That's actually a pretty good reason. Yeah. But
I think mine would probably eat any pets I gave them too.
But yeah, so I knew this.
Don't have chickens if you have bird dogs.
Don't have chickens if you have bird. Yeah, okay.
PG, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, yeah, we used to do these B-side episodes all the time, and then we just kind of stopped doing them. But I've been meaning to start doing them again, and this seemed like the best opportunity to do one. So just to let you guys know, we're gonna start doing this every Friday, like after the show. Cool. We're gonna just, You know, because a lot of times it's usually the guest hangs out afterwards. Like, for example, next week we're going to have Casper Parks on the show. And even when there's nobody else there, like me and Casper will just hang out for like 5 hours after the show. And it's always a fascinating conversation. And so, yeah, this is going to be... It's an old/new thing that's going to be happening every Friday night. It's pretty much the same thing as hanging out in Michael's Discord like we're doing now, you know? And
it's exactly what we've been doing for a long time.
The only difference is it's probably going to be over at the Fringe FM Discord instead.
It'll be a show.
On one of those voice channels. But that's the only difference. Yeah, so... So yeah,
GG, I have to tell you, Brian, that you actually did make me update the software on my telephone so I could download the Fringe app so I could listen to your show today.
Nice.
You were the catalyst for that.
Right.
Just on. So the next time that you have negotiations with Joe, make sure you let him know that you're bringing people there.
Nice. Yeah, good to hear. I mean, the Fringe FM app is the way to go. It's just, you just open it up and it just plays automatically.
Well, so you can play with the other apps on the phone while you're listening. That's what I like about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it used to not be like that, which was pretty fucked. But yeah, they finally fixed it. And it's really handy. That way you can just take care of your, you can do other shit while you listen to the show.
Read your emails, listen to the show.
Yeah. So, one of these days, Axel, we're going to have to at least have you call in, if not have you be a guest on the show.
I listened today, and you had a bunch of callers stacked up. So I was like, you don't need me. And then I went out to the bar, and I ran into a very old friend of mine and had a very great time. So, no complaints on my end. But yeah, I did look at what was going on, but you had like a lot of calls stacked up, so that was why I didn't call in.
Right on. But yeah, we're gonna have to have you on the show sometime, man. Well, I guess you're on the show right now, but I mean the real show though, the main one.
I mean, what are we gonna fight about? What are we gonna argue about?
We're gonna fight for 2 whole hours. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Ancient aliens?
I think like you and me and Michael could talk about like some Dragonlance shit, and
that's probably true.
Just kind of nerd out, for a little bit.
I'm a very polite guest, so yeah, I'm more.
Oh, did you just drop yourself? What happened?
Yeah, I somehow. I was like, I'm a very polite guest. I'm more raw in these, sort of interpersonal communications. Oh,
yeah.
My dog wants to go for a walk, so I mean, you. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
You're on your phone though, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna take him out. It's just.
It's not like we can hear him piss.
Between me and you and God, I was at a bar today. I ran into an old friend that I had not seen for a couple years, and I'm really plastered. So, Xander, go for a walk.
Wow, you're talking very intricately for someone that's plastered.
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
I got a good skill at that. I'm good.
He's a lawyer.
Dude.
Buddy, I've had conversations on Discord, and people later will be like, "So you remember when?" I'm like, "I don't remember a single thing of that conversation. I was drunk. I have no idea what's happening. I'm not that drunk right now, but yeah, no,
Actually, can I send you a letter for a will?
I mean, you can.
If I send you a certified letter, that's basically a will, right?
I mean, do you want to write a will?
Well, I don't have a lot of shit, Axel.
Well, what I would say is, in most states, if you just write out in your own hand, like a letter, and you're like, "This is my will," and you write the things out, that's more or less legally binding. If you write it in your own hand, you don't need witnesses, generally speaking.
So if I send it to some guy in Illinois, that would be like doubly binding.
I mean, say that if you send it to someone, why would you send it to someone?
Well, if I send a certified letter to somebody in Illinois that said exactly the same thing that I said through the post office.
Yeah, you copied it. That
would be a pretty serious legal document, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, wills have a certain form about them, like you're supposed to have witnesses and stuff. But most states, if it's not like type, if you write it in your own hand, they normally accept that as a valid will.
Thanks.
But
onward on to.
But probably, if you're really going to write a will, you probably should do it officially and like have lawyers and witnesses and stuff. But if you have to do it quick.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, Axel, I don't have a lot of stuff. You know, somebody brought it up to my attention is like, you're walking around on the roof of a building, if something happens bad, the deed to the house, the cars, the.
Well, I mean, you're married. You're married, right?
Not legally.
No. Okay. But you have children.
In New York State, actually, we are legally married. We've been together for 12 years, but
you have children, right?
Yes.
If you die, the children get everything.
Yeah, but it would make it a lot more convenient if it's written out on a piece of paper in my own hand.
If you're not legally married, wouldn't the answer just be no?
Well, New York State has a common law marriage thing.
I think they have that
8 years.
Yeah,
you're entitled.
I was just telling you about this, Gigi.
You were. Yeah, I think. Yeah, we were talking about this, weren't we?
Yeah, we had a conversation.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, like I said, the human memory is pretty faulty, and there you go. Perfect example.
Goddamn marijuana, I tell you. It always throws a monkey in the wrench.
And we got
I'm probably throwing wrenches at monkeys at this point. But, yeah.
We got full moon. It's a full moon
yesterday.
today.
Did any of you guys see the meteor shower yesterday?
No.
First year meteor shower is starting now. We've been pretty fortunate in New York that we get a little bit.
Well, I guess in New York you probably can't see dick, but
it's horrible. Our light pollution is so bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. We have a full moon. This is a very cool looking thing. I'm gonna try and maybe put it. Full moon. It's illuminating some clouds. It's very nice. I'm gonna.
What kind of phone do you have?
Oh, an iPhone. How can I put it? See if I can. I'm going to put it in general. Maybe if I can make it happen. My dog is abandoned me. Okay. Also, my dog has just abandoned me. I have no idea where my dog is.
You should put it in the on-air chat.
I don't think.
If you know how to do that. Can you do that with your phone? I'm not sure if you can even do that.
Yeah, Axel can do that. He wouldn't be able to join the on-air chat if he wasn't a moderator. That's putting one of the things that I looked at. I was going to mention that a lot earlier, that we should have jumped to a different channel at the very beginning to let other people drop in.
I'm putting it in the general chat, not to find Xander.
Wow, that's a beautiful photo, man.
I know, it looks nice.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
Jay, then there wouldn't be a record icon on there, though, Jay, so people need to know that we're recording.
Yeah, you do need to know that you're being recorded.
Yeah.
I just
immediately when Axel came in. Sorry, Matt.
I was just going to say, put a picture up on the chat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I took last night.
sorry. I looked up and I thought that looked really pretty. That's why I took a picture.
Yeah, no, that's
very pretty.
Not only is it a great photo, it's a great quality photo. What kind of phone do you have?
iPhone 13.
Okay.
Where's
Damn.
Xander?
Damn. Big baller.
I do see him. He's about a half a block away from me. He's
all right. That's cool. Very awesome picture. That's really
Do you know
cool,
where your child is? Right.
Wow, that is cool as shit, Axel.
Where I live. I do like. I don't know.
Rain tomorrow. That's my prediction.
I know I say this all the time, but I do like the moon and the stars. I like knowing where the planets are. It's nice. It grounds me.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. The first
and you will have rain tomorrow.
What's the first thing you look like? What's the first constellation, or what is the first star that you look for when you look up?
Oh, I always just try and spot Jupiter or one of the planets, and then I can like rent where the rest of them are.
So that's where you go first, usually, when you look up?
Yeah. I was like, where are the planets? Now, right now, I don't... Now, right now, I do think it's just the moon.
See,
the rest of them
I just look for the Big Dipper. That's the first thing I look for. And then I can kind of guess my way around from there. But my knowledge is very limited when it comes to where shit's at and shit like that. But
all right, I have to dip out. I'll be back in 1 minute.
All right, sounds good. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen Axel's photo there, it's over in the general chat. And pretty sick photo.
Yeah, and Matt in California was actually doing a really cool video of the moon while Axel was doing that.
Ah, was he?
Yeah, you missed it?
Dude, I was watching his video the whole time earlier, but no, I missed that one.
Yeah, he did the moon. It was nice. It is very pretty tonight. I've been out watching it while talking to you guys.
So is the meteor shower still supposed to be happening, or is it done now?
All the way until like the 20th. It's the first year meteor shower. It happens during my birthday every year since I was born. It's kind of cool.
Huh?
Yeah, because when you go camping in the summertime for your birthday, there's a meteor shower to watch.
I wonder where they're not coming from the asteroid belt, I'm guessing, or are they? Like, I don't know.
It's a tail of a comet, from what they say. But in August, in the celestial transverse of where we are, it's like, you see Pegasus early in the morning, see, the Pisces or whatever at particular times of the day. In the summertime, the first meteor shower is the tail end of a comet that went by billions of years ago, but it left so much debris that the Earth actually runs into it. It's not coming to Earth. We're coming to it.
Right. Yeah. Well,
does that make sense?
It's probably a little bit of both, I'd imagine. But
well, I mean, we're circling the sun.
Yeah, but it's circling us.
When that comet came by,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Billions of years ago, it left a bunch of shit behind. So once a year, when the Earth reaches that particular point in its orbit, there's a meteor shower. There's tons of them. They actually happen pretty much every day. First year meteor shower is a big one because there's big shit. You know what I mean?
Okay,
it's not
again.
Finds the sand.
So what do you think about the whole 26,000 year cycle, or is it 24 or 26,000 year cycle? Do you think we're going to get smacked again pretty soon by a fucking meteor or an asteroid or whatever, or do you think we're going to keep rocking?
It's
actually right before I started listening to the show, I was kind of going down a rabbit hole a bit that in the universe where we are, if you look at, we're rotating around the sun is rotating around a lot of different other things and everything else like that. The Nibiru, the Planet X and all that. We're kind of in the same position right now that we were when the dinosaurs had their serious issues.
So does that mean we're about to get whipped by an asteroid? Is that what that means?
Well, I don't know what that means. I wasn't around when the dinosaurs were there, you know.
Well, when the dinosaurs were there, they got smacked.
Yeah. They took a pretty serious beatdown.
So if we're in the same point of the cycle that they were in when they got smacked, does that mean that we're about to get smacked too? Or
I would not be surprised if we're in the middle, coming down to, we know a serious beatdown is about to happen.
Yeah, I mean,
we're going through an asteroid belt that, that 23 million miles in, whatever. I'm making those numbers up.
Yeah, plus
23 million was
yeah, and there's
geology and Masons, 23, 33,
Yeah, well, we'll see if we're still here by 30. But hold on, Matt from Colorado was about to say something. What were you about to add, Matt?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the precession of the equinoxes is the long cycle that's 26,400 years long.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
That's right. And so that's basically, like, if you consider it takes the Earth a year to go around the sun, that's the amount of time it takes our solar system to do a one loop around the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
You mean the 26,400? That's the amount of time? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So we do one.
There's another one that's like 3 or 4 million.
But hold on. Let's let Matt finish. I want to hear what he was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one loop around, the center, the black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So we're a spiral, and those spiral arms, they're spiraled because they're actually turning and they're rotating. So that's one orbit. So, the Mayan calendar and the long count of the Mayan calendar was based on that 26,400 year cycle. And that came to an end on, December 21st or December 12th, 2012. So that was the big to-do about 2012. So that was, we arrived at basically a key alignment to the center of the Milky Way. So they kind of consider that like, year zero. And then after 26,400 years, we come back, that would be like year one in terms of the galactic year, right? If that was arbitrary or not, or if there was something about that particular point in space of alignment with the center, I think there was, because we had a huge blast of gamma radiation that was detected by scientists earlier that year, in September. So that was interesting because this had been predicted, 1,000 years previously by the Mayans. And so we got a huge blast of gamma radiation, which, of course, radiation causes mutation. So that's interesting. And also, it's possible that that's exactly when 26,400 years prior is when the Great Pyramid was erected, because the star shaft chamber of it lined up to the star Sirius. And so that basically realigned at that time. So I think we're maybe through, if there was going to be a cataclysm, we're through the worst of it. But that gamma radiation and the effects of that might take a long time to fully manifest or be realized. And not only the gamma radiation, there could be other, let's say, subtle energies that we don't have scientific.
If you do think about it, though, I mean, since 2012, we've gotten crazier and crazier every year.
That's what I'm saying. Is like that was kind of the start. It wasn't like everything's going to happen in one day, but that was a major influx of energy. Probably figured and started some things that function that we're still going through, and there you go.
Well, just in the abstract, I did get some free fried fish fritters. It turns out that down my road, about a block away, there's a place that does food, but just on the weekends. It was very confusing. But Xander charmed them, and so they gave me. And so I explained that I was just talking on the phone and walking the dog, and Xander charmed them. So they gave me some free catfish fritters that I had one of, and Xander had the rest of, and they were pretty good.
Oh my God, catfish fritters? That sounds amazing.
It was nice.
I didn't even know that was a thing that existed. That sounds delicious.
I got some free ones, so because everyone likes the giant dog. Basically.
Can you email one to me? Is that possible?
No.
Or
the one I did eat was pretty. Nope. Okay.
Dude,
sorry, my dog is being a dumbass. Tanner, home. No, the one I did eat was pretty good. He ate the rest of them, and
well, did you dip it in any sauce, or did you just eat it blank?
No, they were. What happened was that I got off. What happened was that we walked up there, and they were like, "What the hell is going on?" I was like, "Well, I just live right down the street from you." True, and then they were like, "Well, that dog seems pretty cool." I'm like, "Yeah, he is cool." And they're like, "You want some catfish fritters?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then I got some free fritters, so never mind. But I will go back there tomorrow night.
So are you talking about like a food truck?
No, it's there's this little corner. There's this little corner store kind of situation. It was like a fake 7-Eleven, and then it was
a fake 7-Eleven.
Well, I mean, it was a place that sold like drinks and like a 7-Eleven without a gas station, and then it did something else, and it's just been bouncing back between people for the last decade since I've lived here, and now it's like a place that just does fried food on the weekends. Wow. I guess.
So I mean, where is here? Where are you? I forgot.
I'm in downstate Illinois, so like by Springfield.
Oh, okay. How far?
That was nice.
How far away from Chicago is that?
Like 400. Chicago's about 4 hours away.
Okay.
How does this group always bring it back to food?
I know,
because we're hungry.
That is on though, right?
Well, I
always come back to the food.
Look, they were all so impressed by Xander that they gave us some free food, basically.
Dude.
Like, he's a dog who needs some food. That was true. He needed some catfish.
Yeah, maybe I'll try bringing my cat with me to the taco truck down the street and see if they give me some free taco balls or whatever.
Actually, the reason why Axel was probably getting a free food is because they didn't want the dog to kill them.
That might be true too.
Because his dog is like half the size of a fucking horse.
Well, they did say that they had seen me walking him around, and so they knew it. So maybe they wanted to give him a treat. And also, they're getting ready to close, so they probably have some fish fritters they're not going to sell. So
yeah,
they're going to throw them out anyway.
Fish fritters,
the dog.
Well, that's very nice. Very nice of them to do.
Hell yeah.
He likes them. Don't you like them, buddy? I'll give you some water. We're back in my house.
Now Jimmy's eating.
Yeah.
See what happens?
Just a little bit.
We all get hungry.
Just a little bit.
We all get hungry.
Somebody mentions food. The catfish fritter that I did eat, they gave me, was really pretty good. So nice fried fish, never complain.
Yeah.
The last time I had catfish, they had a channel cat stuck in the water things for
The dam?
canal locks,
Right.
in Cincinnati, and they threw a great big huge party. They pulled him out with a tow truck and everything else like that, and it was so nasty. Because he was like 25, 30 years old.
It's amazing how big they get.
God, it was the size of a shark, you know.
I'm not in general a huge catfish fan for food wise, but this particular fritter I just had a little bit ago was very delicious. So sometimes that can be good.
The little ones, I mean, if you get the little ones under 5 pounds or something like that, they're all right, you know. My uncle always used to tell the story is if you want to cook a catfish, you take the catfish out, you got to out the mud line and all that. You put them down on a pine board, and you sprinkle them with salt, pepper, and stuff like that, and put them in the oven for a couple hours.
And then
you pull them out, put paprika on top, and everything else like that, and you throw the catfish away, and you eat the pine board.
Well played.
Nice. I didn't see that coming. Yeah.
Me either.
Well played.
But man, if you took that fritter and you dipped it in some cocktail sauce, holy shit, that's probably dank as fuck.
Oh, it probably would have been better. I just, you know, they were being very generous for giving me and the dog free food, so I can't really be like, also give me some sauce.
Have some sauce for the dog, please.
I'm telling you, that hot sauce that came from Las Vegas, Matt got the green sauce and I got the hot sauce. I'm telling you, that hot sauce will make anything taste good. You know.
Yeah.
Isn't that what ketchup job is? Isn't the job of ketchup to just like?
Well, ketchup is just like sugar and tomato, a little bit of vinegar.
But at least you can still taste what you're eating with ketchup. Whereas with hot sauce, it just kind of
kills your taste buds?
It covers your taste buds with fire, and you don't like you could dip a piece of rubber in hot sauce. It's going to taste exactly the same as squid in hot sauce. You know?
Love hot sauce.
Yeah, but squid is like chewing rubber.
Well, that's kind of why I use that as the analogy. Yeah.
Beach flavored rubber. Come on now.
Beach flavored rubber. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Nasty.
Agreed.
Hi, Bailey.
Hey, how's it going?
Just in case you didn't see just in case you didn't see what I tagged you in. We're recording right now, and we're live right now. So.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, in case you didn't know.
No, it's fine. It's a pleasure to definitely.
Yeah, just
stay, be part of it if you want. I just wanted to let you know. So you'd be aware.
What's this game you're playing again? I forgot what it's called, Monochrome.
Destiny 2. It's pretty fun.
Destiny 2, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so we're live.
Yeah, we're live on the B-Sides and Rarities channel for Shift Happens, yeah. And
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we've been going for quite some time now. And been a few hours actually. Yeah.
I had to chime in because I heard hot sauce.
3 hours and 10 minutes.
If I hear hot sauce, I chime in. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Hot sauce.
And have you guys ever had menudo? Or wait, is that what it's called? Menudo, I think.
Menudo.
It's like a.
Is that a hot sauce?
It's a Mexican. There's typically hot sauce in it. It's a Mexican, like not Tex-Mex, but like real Mexican soup. That menudo. That uses all the shitty parts of the cow that nobody uses for anything else, like tripe and fat and tongue and the ass and all that shit.
Nice.
And it's all stirred up into a soup. And I swear to God, it's fucking so good. It's so good. You would think it would suck because it uses all the parts that nobody wants. But damn, it's actually really good. So if you ever go to Texas or anywhere near the border, you have to pretty much be by the border to get real menudo. But like El Paso, for example, you can get menudo there. And holy shit, it's really good. Highly recommended.
So my great aunt, we used to have Thanksgivings down at her place. And she lived out in the country, and she was so old school. They actually homesteaded there. And the way we would fix stuffing was the way she would fix it, and the way we all... Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I had to. Monochrome's game sound was coming into the show, so I had to reset it. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So, anyway, we used to go down there, and the way that you'd fix stuffing, basically, is by boiling down the gizzards, the feet, the body parts of the turkey, and it would
nice
suck...
base of the roux.
Yeah, it would suck. Exactly. That's exactly it. It would suck all the nourishment out. It would suck all the marrow out of the bones. It would suck, all that good stuff out. And it is good nourishment for your body if you eat meat, which I do not now. But yeah, it would suck all that stuff out. And the base of the stuffing was that only condensed into like the most rich parts, and mix it in there with it, and do all the other stuff to it, and lots of butter, and all the other stuff is supposed to be all unhealthy for you, but it's damn good when I eat meat. But yeah, it is actually very nourishing for you.
Yeah,
those bits that we throw away.
I would imagine it is. Yeah, and
I used to walk around. Sorry. I didn't mean that.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when I was a kid in high school, I used to walk around with this folded up piece of paper in my pocket that basically had a layout of everything that the Native Americans used to use on the buffalo and what they used to use it for. And it was all broken down into all the parts. And they used every single possible thing that they could. Period. They even used the bones. I mean, they used everything, every part of the buffalo, and that's what a lot of the tribal communities will do. And they literally, if you do that, you will remain. If you are a meat eater, you will remain more healthy, because there's so much nourishment and iron and all kinds of stuff in like the bone marrow, which when I was a kid, I used to suck out of the bones just as a sort of natural reaction, right?
Yeah,
because
one of the things that we have to look at is that necessity is the mother of all invention. The reason why they did that is because they had to. That was the option available. We went out and we killed the bison. We got the hide, we got the leather, we've got the great meat and everything else like that. Well, winter's coming.
Right, yeah.
We have the bones. We have the vegetables that are going bad, freezing and thawing every day. Because winter's coming.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, they had to do that. But they also did...
That was the option. That was the only option.
Right.
Yeah.
But they also did like a 3-hour, not a 3-hour, like a 3-day ceremony in respect for the animal. They valued that animal's spirit, right?
Yeah,
so they did not take anything.
Well, I mean,
lightly.
2018, 2019, whenever it was that I was building that cabin out there, and we all went out deer hunting. The owner of the property had deer that he did not want shot because they were the stronger, the more pack, herd, however you want to call it, and stuff like that. And it's like, well, this old buck is an asshole. I mean, he is. He's old. It's not.
He's grumpy.
Really playing a long wall with him. I mean, you see him all summer long and stuff like that, and it's like, that's the one that we're going to eat. You know, he's the one that's being an asshole. And that
Sorry,
was some
guys, I'm back.
stupid.
My phone died. I had to let it recharge or whatever.
But that was just some stupid fuck guy that worked for the NSA in Philadelphia that had enough money to build himself a fancy little cabin out in the middle of the woods.
Yeah.
But that was part of his Bureau of Land Management on his own property that he wanted to do. That guy's being an asshole. I don't want him part of the herd. You know, he's been around long enough.
So I mean, okay. I'm trying to think. So how? So he thought that the deer was an asshole, right? Why? Because he was he was hanging out or being around more?
No, because there was a herd of deer.
Yeah.
And it was the male that was going around and basically raping all the females.
That's what they do. I mean, so the males will dominate the other males, and they're the head of the tribe, and therefore they get to do the girls.
Right, but is it a matter of fact of whether he's nice about it or not?
No, it's a matter of.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but in nature, it's a matter of how.
Well, I mean, I
virile
understand
is,
the raw
strong,
mating,
right? How strong
aspect
he
of
is,
all of it,
and the babies that he will produce will also be stronger.
I would imagine that asshole deer, that's the strongest deer, would probably have the most nutrition. He's probably the buffest, fucking strongest deer there is.
He eats first.
Yeah.
But he's also going to produce the most powerful and strong and buck babies. So I guess it's a trade-off. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I guess it is a trade-off then.
The point is, though, is you're looking at he's getting old now. There's lots of young bucks around. Maybe it's time to pull it to a vote. Which one are you going to take? Well, I mean, Apocalypse, when you're looking at hunting, I mean,
that's the one I would hunt.
That guy, that guy's had his.
Yeah,
and as a hunter, I'm going to want the biggest fucking guy. If I'm going to put something in my freezer, I want the most amount of pounds that I'm going to be able to put in there. I'm not going to take the fawn or the doe or anything else like that, because it's big meat.
I mean, I get it, but
that guy's got 100 pounds on everybody else. I mean, that's the guy I want.
I get it. I mean, I don't like this stuff because I don't eat meat, and I personally don't agree with the animal thing, but I can look at this logistically in respect to I think it would be like a position, like two positions. So you have on one side you have the possible future. If you're going to continue to hunt on the property, then you're going to want a good crop, and I'm looking at this almost as a gardener. So if you have these amazingly huge plants that are growing, and then you have these little scrawny ones, you're going to want to propagate the huge plants, right? Because they're going to produce the most seed, they're going to produce the most fruit, whatever. And yet on the other side, if you just rip out if you rip out the most productive, huge, beautiful plants, they're not going to produce for you in the future. So I guess I don't see it as necessarily the best choice for long term, but if you're only thinking short term and you really don't give a shit, sure.
There's a little middle ground there.
Well, no, but the thing is, though, you're not ripping out all of the giant plants.
No,
you're ripping out one because you're hungry.
Plus, especially if he already. If he already mated and he's already got some kids on the way, it's like, okay, his job's done. Let's take him out, And
his offspring is going to bring out the tribe. He's going to come to a point where his meat is no good any longer because he's old. I mean, that's one of the things about they say tainted meat. You know,
Gamey. Does it get gamey? It gets gamey,
yeah, it
right?
gets really gamey.
Yeah,
you know?
I know the terminology. I grew up in Oklahoma.
Yeah,
Well, guys, if I could
you
jump
don't want
in.
a 12-point deer, you know, to fill your freezer. You know,
What
'cause
about the
it's
larger
got a different taste to it. You know,
Hold on,
muscles are old. They got arthritis.
Hold
you know.
on.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Matt has.
We've got Matt. Matt's trying to talk. Let's let Matt talk here.
Well, just real quickly, I think we have to go back to the larger question, which is what's up with the bread going moldy in 2 days?
Oh my God! I can't believe you.
Oh damn it! No, really, Matt, I'm telling you right now.
Yeah,
all of our
there.
bread is in the refrigerator. All of our bread right now is in the refrigerator because if we leave it in the cupboard in less than 2 days, and it wasn't a big deal when it was 99 cents and it lasted a week.
Here we
But
go.
now it's like
boy.
$4 and it
All right,
lasts
no,
2
no,
days.
No. Stop. I was just joking. We're not going there.
Yeah,
You did
we are not
Matt, no,
going
you
there.
You went there. It's gone. It is.
Nope.
It has gone there. It
No
has
more
gone
bread
there.
talk. No more
Xander?
bread talk.
I don't know.
You want to come outside with me? Let's go outside.
Well, I have kids
actually
and they don't
start
eat
talking
Come on,
anything.
Zan.
Both of my kids decided that they're vegetarians because they love animals and stuff like that, so they don't eat any kind
That's
of
a good
meat.
thing to do.
So they're looking at like peanut butter and pasta, and the prices of those things have gone absolutely through the roof.
Get 'em
Pasta,
on-
Pasta's
get 'em
still
on
pretty
like
cheap though. You can get a whole
peas.
bag of pasta for $1. And
I know,
Okay,
but
but
pasta
cheese-
lasts forever.
yeah.
Go look.
Okay.
Cheese, cucumbers, asparagus,
Dude, honestly,
Brussels sprouts.
Sure.
if you want the dankest, cheapest meal that you can get, all you need is pasta, butter, and Parmesan cheese. That's
Yes.
it.
It's amazing.
That's
That is
all
the
you
best
need.
thing
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
It
Yes.
is
Yeah, as
absolutely
long as
fucking
you're
yes.
getting up tomorrow morning and running a marathon.
Nah, it's nice. Yeah, that's a,
Well, no, because all you're eating is carbohydrates. If you're like,
But it
really,
tastes so
you need to be
good.
spending a ton.
It's so
Yes, it's
delicious.
awesome.
Especially if you throw a little bit of
Mash a
Alfredo
couple of the
sauce on
garlic
there.
cloves that come out of the garlic, you know, throw some
boy.
basil in there, some thyme.
Oh, some basil, some
You know,
thyme. Yeah.
fresh.
Yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Yeah.
I'm just
I want to say something to Jay. Can I say something to Jay?
No.
obviously.
Well, okay. Yes.
Okay, fine. So your kids aren't eating meat; they're eating a vegetarian diet, correct? Okay. So get them a shit ton of peas. I don't care if they hate it. Whatever, make some freaking pea casserole out of it. Peas have the most amazing content of nutrition, protein. It's so good for them, and not the like pea protein powder BS. Literally get them like fresh peas or canned, but try to go organic. That would be
So right out of the garden.
anyway.
No.
So what do what
We
exactly
grow-
is in
a
peas
pocket
that
like this,
are?
you know, we grow plants.
Nice.
We have plants. You know, we pull cucumbers off of our plants.
Peas. Do you have peas? Do you have peas?
We do. We have sugar snap peas. We
Ooh,
have
delicious.
what are those ones that string peas?
Mm-hmm.
We get like
All
5,
of
6
the
in a pod.
Yeah. All of the pea
You
varieties
gotta
are
snap them.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those are peas.
Yeah, you have to snap the peas.
I
Peas
just want
in
your
a
kids
pod.
to be
How
healthy.
do I? Yeah,
Yeah, and
I do too.
Yeah.
I really
Xander.
do too.
And kind of the opposite of peas is corn. Like you would think corn is pretty good for you, but it's actually not. It's really not that good for you. And when you get
potatoes,
when you get mixed vegetables, like your classic frozen bag of mixed vegetables, it's mostly corn. And that's the one thing you
Not
don't
to be
want.
disgusting or anything else like that. If you eat something and you poop it out whole, that's not good for you.
Can I tell a corn story?
That's actually that's an interesting point. Yeah.
I had
definitely not good.
My
corn and potatoes are similar.
My mother likes sweet corn, and where I live, we're harvesting sweet corn now. And I had a buddy of mine who actually works on the machines at the farms, and so he snuck me some sweet corn right off the vine, right off the vine to give to my mom. And then she was like, "This is the best corn I've had in years." I was like, "Yeah, literally." Look, and I was kind of, "Mom, I got a guy that got this corn off the vine and gave it to you the same day." but sweet corn's good. I like sweet corn. Come on.
I mean, it's delicious. It's delicious. It's just not the best thing for you.
Right, and also, like, I think it's like 78.9% of all the corn in the U.S. that's produced in the U.S., including the quote-unquote organic farms and stuff, are GMO infected by pollination.
Well, and also animal feed. We mostly grow corn here to feed animals.
For animal, yes, that's true. That's true.
Well, I mean one of the things that we have to look at, though, too, is that, you know, I love the conversations that we have, but there's times where I want to say that I want to take the tinfoil hat off just to fuzz and say the Egyptians were GMO and wheat.
No, this is Monsanto.
These plants grew better. So those were the seeds that you harvested. You know, granted, now we're doing labs and stuff like that, which I totally disagree with.
Yeah,
well, and they're putting pesticides. Yeah, they're developing it
into the choir, Apocalypse.
Yes.
Yeah, we're on
so,
same page.
Yeah, that's the GMO stuff. Is the most of it like has the Monsanto.
The fact that Bill Gates owns enough land to walk all the way from fucking Seattle to Virginia Beach on his own land.
Oh.
Well, here's my tidbit of information about corn. Interesting historical fact. Corn was cultivated and developed by the Indians. So originally, corn was only that was like a half-inch long or an inch long. And so they basically cultivated them to be what we consider.
Your tone is loud.
A train. Someone's got a train.
That's me. Sorry, guys. It's me. I would pick up my phone and mute it, but I'm not going to because it's going to get... Oh, my Lord. That train's very loud.
Oh, that is a train. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. Oh, it's gone. Oh, man. That was tough. Xander, go back outside. Xander is very confused why I'm hanging out talking to you guys. He doesn't like it. He wants me to come back inside and lay down, but I'm not going to. I'm talking to my friend, Xander. I know. I'll give you back.
Go inside if you want. I'm hanging.
Yeah, pretty much.
No gaslighting from the dog.
But he doesn't. But he doesn't like that, so he's right back next to me. He doesn't. You know, he's protective. He doesn't like it when I'm here without him. I know, buddy. We're best friends. Come on. I'm scratching his butt right now. He likes that. Ugh. Oh, I love you too. So I don't really know. Uh-oh. What were you guys?
What are we doing right now?
I don't know. What are we talking about?
Matt was talking, and I'm not sure he was complete. Maybe he was, but I don't know. Matt?
What were you guys talking about your guys' show? That was where we started from.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
I know, but bring it back. Come on. Let's.
Wait, what? Yeah, what were we talking about? Now
the Russian
Devil's Pass.
Yeah.
What's it called again? I can't remember.
The
Dyatlov
Pass. Yeah.
People were missing their tongues. People were hanging out in trees. They all came out of their tents with knives.
Yeah.
With knives.
That's how the aliens got them.
Yes, they cut their tents open.
Yeah, they cut their tents open from the inside.
I was paying attention.
Yeah.
Jay, I'm so proud.
What?
And
I'm pretty good at paying attention, really. Usually I take
Yeah.
notes. I could quit because, when Mike shows were a little bit longer and everything else like that, I would take notes and stuff like that. By the time that I would call in and stuff like that.
All right, Xander, let's go back inside.
The notes would be like toilet paper. There's no purpose in them because the conversation is evolved 90,000 times past the notes. But no.
I mean, what's
this
our
has been quite a tango.
What's our general vibe
Bring it back.
about the past? Do we think it's aliens? We think it's.
I don't
just
I know better than probably most people all the facts of the case.
Mhm.
I've been studying this for years, and I've done multiple shows on this. I've had guests on talking about this. And to be perfectly honest, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. It could be one of several things, or maybe a combination of a few.
What could?
The Devil's Pass, the Dyatlov Pass incident.
What's that? Really? These campers were in Russia and they all died.
Very mysteriously and very differently. Yeah.
I hardly ever say this. Let's ask the cards. I got some cards.
You got some okay, let's do
Ooh,
that.
we're gonna do a tarot reading on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, no. Let's see what the card. Let's see.
Axel, come on.
Let's flip a card. Let's see what the cards say about this weird Russian situation.
Let's do it.
Maybe it'll help us. It probably won't.
A lawyer with cards, huh? There we go.
They never really listen to me, anyways. All right. So how should we approach this? So, okay. So what do we want to know about?
Stop drawing the cards now, Axel. Pick that card right now. Top card. Now.
I have the top card, but I want to know, what are we trying to figure out? What do we want to know about the situation?
What caused the incident at?
Yeah, I think we have to have a more specific question than that, though, right?
That's probably good.
What's the card?
How did they die, maybe? Or?
What was the top card when I asked you to stop calling the cards?
I have some
you didn't do it.
I didn't, Jay. I obeyed you, but I haven't looked at it yet because it's not time to reveal it. We need to know what we want to learn about.
Grab the top one now. Grab the top one now and tell us what you think.
Maybe we do like a multiple choice. Was it the locals taking revenge because of sacred land? Was it extraterrestrials, or was it some other kind of demonic force?
Yeah, I guess the third option would be: is it some sort of unknown force? Is it the villagers?
So what we're asking is, what caused the problem? What killed them? Is that what we're asking?
Yes.
All right, let's
top card now.
Okay. No, Jay, I've had this top card the entire time. I pulled it aside when you told me to, and it is Justice, the 8 top
that's
trump.
weird.
Justice. So that does play into this. I mean, I guess that there was perhaps they were trespassing. It seems like what happened to them was an effective cosmic judgment. They trespassed. They made mistakes.
Does make sense to a certain point, because after all, the mountain is called Mount Don't Go There.
Right.
So that makes sense. They're actually trespassing. But who is serving the justice? How about that? Who is serving the justice?
Card number 2.
All right. I mean, I'm picking cards off the top. Tell me when to stop.
Now.
Stop!
I have 6, the lovers, and so I mean,
I always thought that it was an odd.
Yeah.
So
I
maybe
that they were doing that in the tents because they were naked.
Yeah.
That's all.
I mean, but
Too much fucking. Yeah.
I mean, the question is who was trying to kill them? But maybe
Yeah, that's literally the question. Yeah,
maybe it's people that. I mean, lovers can mean a couple different things, but maybe it was people that were together. Maybe they were disrupting that kind of like unity they had, or also like in a more metaphysical sense, the lovers can mean like people coming together on a shared purpose, and so I kind of get the sense that there was something there that was dangerous, and the lover's card is more of a warning of like, if they had gotten their stuff together, something would have happened, but maybe something bad. That's just my take.
Okay. Yeah, that's all very vague, though. I mean,
it is going to be vague.
It's always going to be vague.
We want to know who specifically fucking did that shit to him.
That's for you to decide. No, the thing is, though, is collectively speaking in a tarot card reading like this, is what we have to decide is on how we interpret that.
I'll pull a card for you, my friend. Oh, crap. I just got the tower.
Uno más, por favor.
I pulled the card. I pulled the card that is the tower. That is one of the worst cards. It's an eye that destroys everything. And so to answer your question, it was someone that could destroy everything. Someone bigger than us. So maybe it really was alien. Or another dimension. I mean, the tower is...
Or something bigger than us in some way.
Yeah. I'm saving one plug with Adrenaline Junkie and Feeding Frenzy, because Adrenaline Junkie is going to be really good next season with the buff.
Right.
You saw they're buffing it?
I mean, I don't know what you're saying, my friend.
Are you talking about Destiny 2?
I think you may be teasing me. But,
yeah, it's Destiny 2.
No, the tower...
Yeah, nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about, so...
The tower's a rough card. It's an eye that obliterates everything under it. And so, I mean, so you asked who was doing it. My guess is someone above us. I mean, this seems like an Archon to me, but you know how that is. Archons are always tricky. But
Gigi, I think it goes right to what the autopsy guy said. Some, unexplained powerful source or force. What were the 3 words that you finally remembered? The exact verbiage on what he said?
Yeah, it was an unknown. Oh, I can't remember right now.
Do it.
An unknown. Fuck. I could probably.
We didn't jump your gun.
I'll figure it out.
Just
in a minute.
Throw it all away. Just pull it out.
But it was
Story still
basically
holds our
unknown,
attention.
powerful.
Even those not yet born have heard of it.
That kind of ties in with the tower. And
the card I'm looking at is an eye in the sky. That's
about
just
the man with the
obliterating
high-powered
everything.
rifle.
So that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it would go...
Oswald, because he was upset that President Kennedy had been killed. But almost as soon as the government... that President Kennedy had been killed. But almost as soon as the government...
More than local villagers are pissed off that, they're up there.
Oh, I remember now. It was an unknown compelling force.
Oh.
That's the word they used. A compelling force.
Compulsion...
Which, by the way, I don't know if you're too familiar with this case, Axel, but to put it in perspective, there were 3 bodies that had injuries consistent with being hit by a speeding car. Like, 2 of them had crushed ribs, 1 of them had a crushed skull, but the only problem is, and they had internal bleeding due to said injuries, but the only problem is they didn't have any marks or cuts or bruises on the outside. There was no, like, if you just drop kicked somebody in the chest, you would have not only would your ribs be broken, but you would have a big fucking bruise on the outside of your skin. But no, these people didn't. There was no bruise, no cuts, no marks on the outside.
How many times did you ride the rail on 13 stairs? Going down that you ended up without a bruise or a scratch.
Oh, you mean the 12 stair?
You were wearing the right clothes. You knew how to tuck and roll at the end when you made a mistake.
Yeah, but if I were to slam on my chest and break my ribs, there would be some sort of scuff mark on my skin or a bruise or a cut or something. Whereas these people...
I've studied more than a bit of, different phases of karate, from the Korean to the Japanese to the Chinese and stuff like that. I could probably hit you in the chest right now and leave a bruise and break 4 or 5 ribs.
No, you would leave a bruise. You would definitely leave a bruise.
Probably not.
Like if you punch somebody in the face, they get a black eye. That's what happens. No,
I mean, I've gotten hit upside the head with 2x4s and had beams dropped on me and everything else like that, and gotten hurt really, really bad.
Let me reiterate
that there was no external side of it.
Let me reiterate, though. The chief examiner analogized the injuries as if they were hit by a speeding car. Like, their shit was absolutely crushed, but there was no fucking marks on the outside. No bruises, no cuts, no anything. That's... I mean, there might be some sort of exception, I guess, but...
But I'm telling you that for when I was a young kid, and I was working for a Mason who was the chief of the fire department at the Air Force Base and the chief of the volunteer fire department locally, and had his own construction company where I was learning my way and stuff like that, and you would see people that got super fucked up.
I don't know if you've ever...
I've actually marked on them.
I've actually broken...
I've been really fucked up.
Well, I've broken my ribs before, and when I did, I had a massive bruise on the outside because of the force that I hit my chest on.
I separated my sternum from all of my ribs. One time we were dicking around playing games with the car. My buddy used to pick us up from school every morning, and he would just drive by slow, and I would get in. One day he decided to hit the brakes, and I took the corner of the door right to the sternum, and I separated all my ribs.
Ouch.
Hurted like a motherfucker.
Damn, fuck
I'm telling
that.
you, that was the biggest
sucks.
damn son of a bitch
pain.
Don't ever do that again.
Yeah, shit.
Kind
that
of
sucks.
pain.
Yeah.
And not a single mark. They took me to the hospital. I went to school. I was having a rough time breathing and everything else like that. Get in the car. Okay, yeah, cool. I'm all right. No, I'm not all right. Nurse at school, 10th, maybe 11th grade. Send me to the hospital. They put me in the little cone thingy for the CAT scan and stuff like that. I separated all my ribs from my sternum.
No.
That's how hard I got hit.
Absolutely not.
Not a scratch, not a bruise, nothing.
Absolutely not. No.
Hit me so hard that it all went internal.
Okay, well let's assume, let's take your story into consideration. Now let's go back to Axel, and let's get back to the cards, and let's ask. How about this? let's ask the cards. Can we ask the cards? This is what caused those severe fractures.
Well, hold on a second. We're talking about the weather thing. Did any of them get recovered? They all died, right? Or we got all their bodies back.
They found all the bodies, yes.
Okay. So, it was saying Judgment. The first card was Judgment, which, maybe they were trespassing on things that people should not. And the third card was the Tower, which is one of the worst cards you can get, complete destructive energy. So that makes sense. But the second card was Lovers. And that's the one that interests me in the sense of, maybe, I don't know, maybe something in there. Like, the Lovers is a positive card, so maybe we shouldn't. Maybe something did happen. Maybe something, I don't know. I always want to believe something nice would happen, but if you want another card, I'll draw them for you.
I don't think there's anything nice about this situation. They're all brutally mutilated and
by who?
And severely. Well, nobody knows. That's the whole point. It's a big mystery. Nobody knows what the fuck happened to them.
I really know very little about it. Maybe by the Lovers. Could there have been a pair that did kill them? That's also.
No,
the Lovers
because
is more
a
pleasant.
card, Axel.
Yeah, no, I think.
GG, tell him when to pull another card.
Yeah, pull another card.
What are we asking? What do we want to know?
Let's re-ask the cards. What caused the blunt force trauma that did not leave any signs of bruising or cuts on the skin?
Okay. I will be fair. These very specific questions are tough cards to answer, but I will give it. We will give our best. I'm going to shuffle.
Let's just see what it says. Yeah,
I'm going to shuffle.
You got to tell them when to stop, GG.
Stop.
And I'm going to pull cards off. Tell me when to stop.
Stop. Right now, immediately.
The Prince of Cups. So, you were asking. What were you asking again, my friend?
How did they suffer blunt force trauma, like being hit by a car, without having any bruises or marks on the outside of their skin?
The Prince of Cups says that there was a person that did it to him. It wasn't some natural phenomenon. It was a person.
But how would there not be a bruise? Like if I punched you in the chest and broke your ribs, there would be a fucking bruise there. Straight up.
Not necessarily.
Depends on how if you push if you push hard and fast, there will. If you push hard with lower like a lot of pressure but not a lot of speed, it won't.
But this is a spiritual question.
Okay, I'll just accept that. Okay.
If they came into a world they weren't supposed to be in spiritually, well then the Prince of Cups, we can't really tell how that would work out, how people dies. The Prince of Cups is a violent person. He's understanding but violent. He has the eagle above his right arm, so he sees everything. And he has the rhino on his left arm, because he is quite powerful. So, maybe they just tripped up some spiritual force was...
PG, my card and all this, and Aslan have done this more than many times before.
Maybe
my card is that I'm the King of Cups.
You are. But maybe they pushed into something they shouldn't have pushed into. And, it's... If not being extremely generous, it's always like, well, they should let them go. But maybe sometimes you can't. Maybe sometimes
let's rephrase this. If you got hit by a speeding car, are you telling me there's not going to be a bruise on your body?
Not if the gods do it.
GG, I will tell you that I've been through a car windshield before. And after the CAT scan and everything else like that, when they sent me on my way, I didn't have a scratch on me.
Okay, well,
I made it through the car wind. It hit a tree at 60 miles an hour. Slid across the hood. I grabbed a hold of the windshield wiper on the way out to not fly off of.
Okay.
I'm telling you, not a scratch. Your body is unbelievable. what it can do.
Okay, we're obviously not going to come to an agreement here, so let's pass this point, and let's go to the next point, which is, their eyeballs. 2 people's eyeballs were missing, and 1 lady's tongue was missing. What happened there? Can you ask your cards about that?
I will. I will just say, up to now, if I was going to make a narrative about this, it would be that they trespassed into things they weren't supposed to, and
which makes sense because it's Mount Do Not Go There,
and yeah, and something came back to deal with them. The Prince of Cups. But you want to know.
But what is the? Well, who or what is the thing that didn't want them to be there, that felt infiltrated to the point where they had to cut out their eyeballs and their tongue?
Do you think they did that themselves, not someone else? I mean, this is just a genuine question.
If I were running away from something and dying in the snow, probably the last thing I would do is cut my tongue off. I would probably be trying to survive.
So the other people. I don't know. All right, so I'm taking cars off the top. Tell me when to stop, as always.
Stop!
I do. Oh. I mean, this is a... Oh, sorry.
Did you lose it?
Sorry. I have the cards, but I did dump some of them down. All right, so what we have here is the universe, the rolled, the 20th, which is one of the most worst tarot cards in a reading, just in the sense of like...
Well, that makes perfect sense.
No one knows what it means.
Well, that's perfect, because nobody knows what happened.
I just got the roll back. But the roll.
Are there any survivors?
The roll also means completion.
No survivors.
So we have to throw that card away into the next one and draw another.
No. When the roll comes up in a reading,
so we've gone too far down the road.
When the roll comes up in a reading, it means a completion of time and space. And so what this means to me is that what little insight maybe the cards got me into... I mean, I know basically nothing about this.
That's enough for now.
I know basically nothing about this thing that happened in the past. But when the rule comes up to me, it tells me, like, there's nothing more that the cards can tell me, and also maybe we shouldn't look into this anymore.
Yeah, that makes perfect. First of all, the fact that you don't know about this
with the Ouija board
makes
in the funeral home.
Yeah,
makes sense.
The fact that you don't know about this case and you're drawing these cards that actually match the same conclusion is really interesting. So I think that's interesting enough. The fact that you can't determine anything, which is the same case in real life. They couldn't determine shit. Like they have no idea. They have no idea what the fuck happened to these people, and that's like they literally said. Like Matt had me remember, is they were crushed by. Well, those 3 bodies rather were according to the chief examiner. His official statement was they were crushed by some unknown compelling force. That was the actual. That was the sentence that was labeled on the death report for those people, and the other ones that were, their eyes were ripped out. One of them had their eyebrows shaved, and then another one had their neck broken. Those were all determined by hypothermia. Like, oh, really? You have a broken neck, but you died from hypothermia? Okay.
I haven't heard any of this. I mean, I could reinterpret my reading through that, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I think the tower came up early, and the tower obliterates everyone that is failing. And we looked around a little bit, but you know, I think the universe told me we shouldn't look too deeply into this. There is something wrong here, but maybe.
Well, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Sometimes it's better to not know.
Yeah.
Are they? Was it like a remote area where there might have been like indigenous peoples that were like, "Hey, don't come near here"?
There were indigenous people that were near the area, but the only problem is there were no. They found all the hikers' footprints when they tried to run away, but they didn't find any other footprints that came from anywhere else.
That's weird.
Yeah, like whatever attacked them didn't have feet. In other words, it was nothing that walked. So like I said, the coroner's report was an unknown compelling force. So there was some sort of thing that fucked with them and killed them without being able to walk and probably talk. And but
it can fly.
Nobody knows. And to this day, the case got, like JP was saying earlier, I don't think he's here anymore, but the case got reopened in 2019, and they came to the same fucking conclusion. It's like, dude, we don't know there's no way to know what happened here because nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense of the whole case, and which would make sense with your card.
I gotta bail on.
Oh, you gotta go.
Yeah, I mean,
take care. I love you.
No, tomorrow's Saturday. I get the opportunity to work on my house. It's 5:30 now.
I love you, Joe.
Well, yeah, it was.
I
good
love you
hang
too,
out.
Axel. Can I send you a letter, Axel? Will that make that more viable? If I send you a certified letter of my intentions,
I mean, you can
after my demise.
Are you worried about having do you want to have a will?
I got chewed out the other day because I'm walking around up there on that roof and everything else like that. And if something bad happens to me, I get the wife and the kids and the house and the cars and the business and everything else like that.
Do you want anything else happen, but it passes to your wife and kids?
No.
Well, then don't bother. Because when you die intestate, it'll pass to your wife and kids. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, it's like $400 to have the guy write it all up. Like
no, I mean, if you die, all the money goes to your wife and kids. So, unless you want to do something different, you don't really need a will.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah,
simple
right.
enough.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, God forbid, I'm not planning on falling off of the damn thing,
No. I mean, in most states, your wife and kids just inherit everything, even if you don't have a will. So you only have to have a will if you want to send money to other people, for the most part.
Well, yeah. I mean, 2/3 of it goes to the Humane Society,
right.
1/3 of it goes to the Habitat for Humanity or whatever.
But yeah, if you die, your wife and kids will inherit all of it. So whatever.
I got my ass chewed a little bit about it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? You're up here working, you got a will?
Ignore most people. They don't know what they're talking about.
Hey guys,
That's
I'm gonna take off.
Talking to you.
I'm gonna take off. Love you guys.
Love you.
I gotta go. Bye.
All right, see you later.
Park.
Yeah, I have to go too, but I just
I love you too, Jay.
Right.
I
Axel, I mean, I trust you. I have faith in you. You know?
I do. You're rolling with
You're a good
me.
friend.
You're my best friend.
You know,
All right,
you're
well,
a good friend.
And also, thanks for hanging out, Jay. Appreciate you hanging out for the after party. Appreciate you.
Wait, what's this
chiming
thing
in.
we were talking about? This river?
What?
All right, what was the thing? The Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what was the event we were talking about? What's it called?
The Dyatlov Pass incident.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, or Dyatlov.
I gotta look into that.
It depends on how you pronounce it. You know, it's either Dyatlov or Dyatlov. Dyotlov. Dyatlov. Pass.
That one?
Incident. And yeah, if you just type it in on YouTube, you'll find a very skeptical video about it, but it still covers all the shit. And there used to be a couple of good documentaries about it on YouTube, but they all got taken down, which is very interesting.
Weird.
And the other thing about this whole incident is the KGB investigated it, which the KGB is basically the Soviet Union equivalent of the CIA. So imagine just a couple of campers, you know, hiking around Yellowstone were found dead, and then the CIA comes out there to investigate it. It's like, well, wait a minute, why are you here? You know, like, there was obviously some shit going on there that was pretty CIA worthy, or in that case, the KGB worthy. And you know, to this day, like I said, nobody knows. Even as I've been looking into this case for at least 6 years, and anytime something comes up about it, like when it got renewed in 2019, you know, if anybody would have an opinion, you'd think it would be me, but I don't. I'm stumped. I'm totally stumped. I have no idea what the fuck could have happened there. And some people even think that Bigfoot, like we were talking earlier, had something to do with it. I don't think that's the case. I could probably roll that out. You know, there's also UFO sightings where, like JP said earlier, there was another group of hikers that documented a UFO sighting over that mountain that was, from their point of view, was quite a bit away, but that mountain was where these hikers were on that day. And also the local village that was by the mountain actually said the same thing. They said that they saw some UFOs around that date, within like a day or two or three. And so the possibilities are endless. The possibilities are endless, you know. But I don't think it's Bigfoot. I don't think it's UFOs. I don't know. Maybe I just have no idea. The thing that really blows my mind, that I don't understand how it doesn't blow other people's minds, is the fact that they suffered blunt force trauma without having any bruises or scratches on the outside. That's pretty crazy. I know Jay just said that he got hit by a car or something and he didn't have any bruises. Maybe, I guess, you know, I don't want to doubt him, you know, but in real life, especially because, you know, I grew up skateboarding and I ate shit all the time, and anytime I eat shit, I get a bruise. If your body slams on the ground to the point where I've actually broken one of my ribs before. And when I broke my rib, it's because my body smacked something and my body had a bruise on the outside. So if something is going to break your ribs and smash your skull in, you would think there would be a fucking bruise on the outside. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense?
I mean, maybe. It always gets complicated in these. I mean, I'm sorry, my friend. Why would it matter?
It matters because we're trying to figure out what happened, and that just makes it more mysterious.
Well, I mean, the people in the past, I guess they died. I think it's tough to think that our weird autopsies would apply to them. It's very far away. I don't know. That's what I have to say. Sorry.
Does that not strike you as odd, though, that somebody would have a crushed skull without having a bruise on the outside?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. Here's why the bruising and stuff like that matters. Because if the theory is that the local villagers went up there and took retribution because of trespassing, then they went up there with bats or whatever and beat the hell out of them. And so they would have skin abrasions and bruises and evidence of being beat up by a human being. But if you just have a skull that's crushed and there's no surface damage, and you have people fleeing out of their tents naked when it's 20 degrees below zero, that's not commensurate and line up with being attacked by local villagers. And when there's no footprints, then that kind of rules out something like the villagers, but it also rules out like a group of Yeti or something. They would have had a bunch of footprints, big ass ones. So that's where, when you start adding up these multiple things, it really eludes an explanation. And I said during the show, the thing about the removal of the eyeballs and the tongue really just pops up in my mind, very reminiscent of cattle mutilations by UFOs. And when you've got other hikers seeing UFOs, there, and the local villagers, and it being reminiscent of cattle mutilations, I'd put my money on that. I mean, if you think about like exorcist and possession and stuff, they have things where bodies get lifted off the bed or go up vertically. There could be some like unseen demonic force that did these things. That's a possibility, but I'm going with one of those two. I'm going with like UFOs or like some kind of unseen demonic forces.
Yeah, see, Matt just did a fantastic job of recapping all that shit. Yeah, what a great way to explain that. Yeah, like you add all that shit together, it's just a what the fuck situation. And and yeah, just to say that like, oh, somebody punched him, like, no. No, that's not what happened here.
Yo, do you think it could be like the Skinwalkers?
I mean,
it's kind of similar to some of those stories.
Yeah, a little bit, right? But I don't know. They don't really have, at least in that local region, they don't have. There's no such mythology as that out there. That's not to say that it doesn't exist out there, but it's just that's not known so if this event were to have happened at Skinwalker Ranch, for example, that would be a very plausible theory. But this is quite... Damn, my cat is trying to fuck me up right now.
Wait, there's Skinwalkers in Utah?
Is it? Yeah, I think, Skinwalkers in Utah, and then there's Blind Frog Ranch, which is right by there.
What if that's who abducted me as a kid? I'm from Utah. I was abducted.
Bailey, there's so many weird things around you.
Yo.
I can I just say something, my friends? A week ago, a friend of mine wanted me to hypnotize him because I can do that, and because he wanted to just play it out, and we did, and I really did realize this is too much power for most people. Like, I could have easily convinced him to forget anything or implant memories in his mind. Don't like it. Mostly just dumb shit like the chicken stuff. But
Well, I think you cut out there. Are you there?
I'm here. You friend?
Oh, I thought you just dropped out mid-sentence.
Oh, I'm just saying, a friend of mine wanted me to hypnotize him, so I did, and we, did some dumb gimmicks. But, like, hypnotism is real. It's too much power for most people to put off. I thought about it because Bailey was saying about, his various situations, which I don't think are necessarily hypnotism related, but still,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So you can hypnotize people? Oh shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's easy enough.
So can you do like regressive hypnotherapy?
I mean, I will tell you, as Michael makes fun of me, I'm the materialist guy. The problem with hypnotism is that you can very easily implant memories. That is one of the things that anyone can do. And you also can recover memories, but whatever happens between recovery and implantation, people that are in hypnotism seem to attach a lot, like they're very sure that really happened, and so it's just too much juice for most people. Like, I would never implant a memory into anyone, obviously, but people do. I mean, there's plenty of lawsuits over it. It's not great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that didn't answer what you wanted to hear.
No, yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. And yeah, I was just. Is that so? Do you have to be in person with somebody to hypnotize them, or can you do can you hypnotize somebody over a Discord call? Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, you probably could. I mean,
could you?
I studied it at an academic level, and so I was there. I have hypnotized people. I mean, people have tried to hypnotize me. It doesn't work. I'm basically not suggestible.
So,
but
what does that mean? What does that mean? You what does that suggest? The fact that you cannot be hypnotized.
So mostly what happens, sir.
Are you an alien?
No.
What does that mean? Like, how come you can't be hypnotized, but somebody like me could? Probably. I mean, I don't know, but I would assume that I could be hypnotized. I mean, maybe I can't. I don't know. I would think I would. Though.
Okay. So unless you're using drugs or torture or some sort of intense compulsion, for the most part, you have to buy in to getting hypnotized. Like, you have to want it happen. And I just don't want to be hypnotized. And so, when I was in the class, people tried to hypnotize me, but it doesn't work. I'm just, that's not for me. Now, that's not saying it's bad, but, if it was like 1972 and they jacked me up with LSD, I probably would have gone along with it. But
right, yeah.
But no, hypnotism, you put someone into a trance, and then it does, you can help them. I mean, I feel it mostly fell out of favor because it's too much juice for normal people. Like, you really can wreck someone with hypnotism, and that's why I think in general people should not do it.
Yeah. It seems kind of what's the word? It seems like very right on the line, like almost crossing the line when it comes to that kind of it's kind of sketchy. Like some sketchy shit could happen.
I mean, frankly, God knows there's a lot of lawsuits about people hypnotizing somebody and then like molesting them or whatnot. Ugh.
Oh wow.
That's why I don't think. So, like I said, it's really fallen out of favor. I agree with that. I think that if you give a random person this skill, it's not going to go down in a good way. Like, I barely can do it, and I would never use it in a bad way, obviously, but it's still too much. One of the most easiest things with hypnotism is that let's say I put you under in the hypothetical.
Okay.
And I would say, like, just tell me any memory.
One time I heel flipped the Post Oak 11 stair.
I don't know what that means. That's fine. I would tell you. Forget that.
Okay.
You don't remember it. It's fine.
Well, I remember it actually pretty clearly.
But you're not.
Oh, I'm supposed to say something that I don't remember?
No, that's fine. You remember that. But one of the weird things about hypnotism, this is like one of the easiest things to do, is I would tell you, you don't remember that. You don't remember anything about that unless I say a password, like say kittens or whatever. And that doesn't work. Like, I mean, I've done it. Like, you can like block people's memories. That's one of the weirdest things that's so easy to do in hypnotism. Like, you really won't remember that event until I say the word. Now, maybe eventually you'll recover it, right? Like, mesmerism, hypnotism doesn't last forever, but like, yeah, you can quite up. I mean, when I was taking the classes, you hypnotize someone, you're like, okay, you don't remember what happened to you before you came right in here today until I say, peaches. And they didn't. It was insane.
Yeah.
So okay. I will say, memory manipulation is really possible with hypnotism.
Yeah, and I'm sure it is. And there's been several people that have claimed that. And I mean, stranger things have happened. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's a real thing.
Right. I do think there's some more like elaborate conspiracies around that don't really hold up. But
yeah, and let's see. I'll tell you guys what. Let me do this. That does that. So So with the broadcasting software that I use to broadcast the show, it gives us a limit of 5 hours, and we are just about out of time. So
that's fine.
So I'm gonna mute here for a second just to do the outro for my show, and then I'll be right back in like 45 seconds.
Okay.
And does anybody have any last? Like, Matt, do you want to give out your links to your book or anything like that? Or does anybody have anything they want to share before we sign off? Let's go ahead and start with Matt.
No, I'm pretty good. I think it was a great show earlier tonight and great after hours. And, that's it. I'm done. Right.
Yeah, good deal. Yeah, Matt's been here the whole time, like right from before the beginning, I think. So that's fucking awesome. And anybody else have anything they want to share before we sign off here? I don't think so. All right. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead. So I'm gonna mute to you guys, but I'll be back in about 45 seconds.
Kisses.
All right. Yep. Kisses. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to another edition of the Shift Happens B-Sides and Rarities episodes, so to speak. And thanks for listening, and don't go too far because we'll have another B-side episode next week as well. And there you go. Thanks for tuning in. ShiftHappensRadio.com. Follow us at ShiftHappensPod on Twitter. And that's it, man. That's it. I hope you guys enjoyed this show. I hope you enjoyed the conversation. And I wish you a most blessed night or day or morning. And there you go. That's it. All right, folks. We'll see you next time.